Hello, friends! Welcome back. I am your friendly neighborhood Prax. Welcome to the channel. It is a Sunday night. That means it is time for Witcher Roads Home. Welcome to Season 3. If you have missed out on the previous 2 seasons of wonderful shenaniganry, drama, and very wise choices, you can check them out on the YouTube because they're there. I put them all up there. I found out that there were 2 that were corrupted, so I have to put 2 more episodes back up, but hey! Other than that, everything is there. But we are going, yes, Pope, very wise choices. I have an answer for you, maybe, Trooper. Let's see if they match. No, Trooper, it wasn't a tone, it was an inflection. Those are 2 different things. Okay, wait a minute, guys. They're saying that, Trooper, you're muted because... Oh, I see. I see what happened. I see. It did the stupid thing again. There we go. Can you
switch all of our mics?
No, yeah, no.
Yes.
It got rid of your input. Yep. Okay. Now you should be able to hear Trooper. Trooper
Okay.
is...
Yes, I just had a question, and it was about the way that you said that we made these wise choices with this inflection, and there was like a, I don't know, there was this weight to it that didn't feel like the choices were wise. So when you say wise choices, do you mean like we made lots of wise choices and everything is great and there's no trouble and there's like the party's all together in one place and we're not separated and making, we're not flirting with elder vampires, like you just mean like really good things, right? Like that's right.
I'm sure that all of this is true. I would like to go directly below me and let you start this whole thing off, Trooper, because you're the one that asked these questions. Would you say that Yanto has been making wise choices in his, reactions to life in the big city of Beauclair?
Well, he has not done much in the big city of Beauclair. He's just arrived and found badness everywhere. Okay, so Prax, do you know how sometimes you're on a boat vacation, lazily going down the river, and it's like, family reunion, like you find your dad along the way, yes, trapped in a sarcophagus underwater with a curse, but meet your dad, it's great, everybody comes back together, and you send one of your compatriots ahead to go to the town while you're sort of dealing with business, just to make sure everything is fine, as you do. And you arrive at your hideout, an estate, a sort of very minor estate given to you by someone, and it's like a very secure place. Like you have worked so hard to make sure that it has not been compromised in any way, keeping all of your different personae separate. And you arrive and you're like, it sounds like there might be some sort of badness happening in my estate right now. You go in there, you find out what's going on. There's been some murder, assassin murder. And you find out that those assassins were out to get your friend, Ardzo, who you sent ahead to secure the place, but stay subtle, and also a big, huge vampire. And it turns out that the vampire wanted to kill Ardzo because that vampire thought that Ardzo was his brother. Now, my question was, how in the world did you find out that Ardzo was here? Because really, nobody should know that, because Ardzo doesn't normally ever he's not normally ever here. Why do people know this? And why do you think it's his brother when it's not him? Turns out Ardzo was throwing his name around and also this location around. And so all sorts of people who I do not want to know about this location seem to have come to this location and also told elder vampires about this location. Now there's murder, not all of it done by the elder vampire. Some of it done by people.
It was an intro, not a recap.
No, I'm just saying.
I'm taking advantage of the recap. It's fine.
I'm just saying a lot of bad things happen. At this moment, Yanto has not had a chance to make any choices because it's been madness. At least in this situation. Other situations were very long time ago, and I feel like we don't even need to talk about them. So that was my thought about choices.
Mm-hmm. Who are you playing, Trooper?
I'm playing Yanto. Yanto is an elf, and he is a brother to Lindy's character. That's his identity at the moment. Yep. Mm-hmm. He has done many things in his life. At the moment, he's in between jobs. He used to run a brothel, but he got rid of that because that brothel had been made by vampires and mages who wanted to murder them all, and it already started and framed them, well.
There were no vampires involved in knowing about...
I'm sorry, mages and werewolves. Pardon me. I get confused between
those are two different things.
Edward and
no,
the other one.
Neither
what
of them are here.
What are their names?
Fuck that
you
book.
know. Those ones, right? Yeah, anyway, I get confused between the fights. Anyway, werewolves and mages trying to murder us and drain us of our lives and all that business. So that place was made, so we had to get rid of that place because it was unsafe. He also had a gang, but that gang was now being targeted, so we had to dismantle them so they would be safe. They've decided they're going to just stay and get themselves murdered, so he can't do anything about that. So he used to have a bunch of businesses. He clearly does not have any. He's in between. And he also had a really good job, a promise of future employment by this woman who was a Bruxa. She was murdered too. So yeah,
yes. Actually, that leads me to a great moment. Hey, Yanto.
Yes.
Hold that thought. Hey, Simon.
Hi.
How did you feel by cutting the head off this Bruxa that you didn't know anything about the relationship between her and Yanto besides at all? Just out of curiosity.
You're gonna have to be a little more precise. I've been known to behead a lot of Bruxes.
2 is not a lot. 2 is 2.
2 is 200% more than what 99.9% of the people on the continent ever killed.
That's true.
These are facts you were spitting.
I mean, hey, am I a vampire slayer or not? Now, Kadern would have rather be a vampire layer, but that is a completely other story.
I also feel like Brenna might also want to be a vampire layer. I'm just throwing that out there.
That's a separate conversation. We'll come to that later. We're talking to Simon now.
But yeah, it kind of felt good. I mean, it needed to be done. We can't have Yanto be killed by that. Oh shit, what was her name again? Lady de Chalon, of all people. So yeah, no, that was super fun times. Then I got my ass ended to me by a ghostly voice in a library. Things aren't going well for me. I am gone. I don't remember exactly why I'm in Bruges now.
Oh, because you failed your
Because we
my teleport.
You
apart.
failed your teleport roll.
We looted your old school and you failed your teleport to leave.
Yeah.
You didn't fail bad enough to fail the spell. The spell still went off. It just meant that you didn't end up where you were supposed to.
Yeah. So I'm far the hell away. But it's okay. I will take some time to rest and recuperate. Nothing bad is going to happen to Kadern in Bruges. And I'll join you guys on your meth-financed camping trip soon enough. Pope, to answer your question, higher vampires, there's like 8 of them. Regular vampires, it's like vermin. They're everywhere. Like look under your carpet in the bathroom. You'll probably see them. If it's humid enough, you'll see vampires crawling around.
No. You might find a catachan somewhere, a couple brooks are around, but higher vampires are different.
Rather rare. Yeah, that's it. I'm Simon at Wandering DM. I am playing Kadern of Eddern, mage, and sort of a mage with a penchant for mutation and messing around with people's DNA. Used to be the fanboy and president of the Alzor's fan club until I realized that my old teacher is a dick. More on that at 11.
And trying to murder us. Just side note.
Now I would like to challenge. There is no introduction of evidence of murder as his intent.
Somebody just told me recently that sleeping curse also drained your life. And so then that if you stayed asleep for a long time period, then you would die. So I feel like that counts. I didn't know originally that the sleeping curse drained your life and then would kill you. I just thought it made you asleep for a long time and that maybe if you didn't eat for a while, wouldn't be good. But apparently it was not just a sleeping curse that you kiss them when they wake up. Apparently it involved draining their lives. So that feels like murder.
I don't know.
Also,
Brenna.
I don't know.
Excuse me, Lindy. Who are you playing? And explain why Brenna would have a different opinion about what qualifies as murder.
Well, hi, I'm Lindy, and I play Brenna, the cat school half elf. Thought she was a whole elf. Turns out she's half elf. Witcher. And she might also be a countess at this point. There was a wedding. It was a wedding was stopped. The wedding was had. People fall into the sleeping curse. Now, Brenna's definition of murder, because there's like killing people, and then there's like murder, and there's like a wide variety of words you could use to describe people who are no longer among the living, and how they died. Like murder, you can have people murder people. People can also just die as a result of your actions. Like if you poisoned a well, did you like murder anyone who drank from that random well, or did they all just die because you poisoned it?
No, you murdered them. I feel like that's a pretty obvious answer, Brenna.
Not. I feel like if it's murder, it has to be targeted. You're like aiming for a specific person or people. That's in Brenna's definition, at least. Because you can kill people without murdering them, Also, murder, if done right, is a lot more violent than just poison. Involves many more stabbings. But, that's just Brenna. She may or may not be slightly unhinged. But, it's not like her whole group knows that. Kadirn has an idea, but I don't know who else needs to know, really. No one needs to know. That's who she is and her definition of murder.
What about good choices?
Oh, good choices. I feel like up till this season, Brenna has made some pretty good choices.
Except for your husband. Go on.
I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Look, she thinks that's an excellent choice.
I mean, yeah.
She thinks that's a great choice. If you ask Brenna what she thought of her life choices, she'd be like, I'm like 10 for 10 right now. Maybe like an occasional mistake here and there, but nothing too big. I'm saying she's made mostly good life choices. Like more good life choices than bad life choices. However, that may not continue to be the case.
Look, there are some people who have very interesting opinions about your romantic life.
There's a lot of people who have interesting opinions.
Yeah. It's really surprising how many people who care about you have opinions about your life, your romance choices, like your best friend Alienor, who
is dead,
who my character does not think is dead.
The entire wild hunt
don't
to avenge her.
No, don't. Yes. We have, unless there's a body we don't know, and also the wild hunt they're like ghost.
She's assumed dead until proven living.
Immortal ghost.
The wild hunt.
Again with
those
the poor
wild
choices.
Thornberries don't stand a chance.
Yeah,
I'm training.
She didn't like your husband. Your brother doesn't like your husband. Kadarn doesn't like your husband.
Doesn't like hardly anyone. To be fair,
I mean,
So
that's a lot. But have some interesting things that are happening.
Yeah, we do.
Because, as we left off at the end of last season, there were some people in this house that you met. There was some looting of Banard because apparently the Wild Hunt thought that persons of their interest were at Banard.
Oh, why did they think that, Prax? That's such a weird thing for them to think. It had nothing to do with poor choices, right? No.
There was a choice.
I mean,
Simon, do you know
I'm
anything
not
about
there.
that?
I can't hear anything. I can't hear anything. I'm not there.
I would just like to say that somebody decided to teleport an object that they knew had a...
Beautiful dagger.
It was a beautiful dagger. I made so much effort to create the stats for that dagger, and you just threw it away.
Trust me, I wanted to use it so bad.
Wait. Brenna
I
didn't throw
wanted
it
to
away.
murder.
Yanto didn't
No.
throw it away. Ardzo didn't throw it away. Who did that?
It's a mystery. We'll never know.
And then we looted Banard. There's like a portion of the tape that's just like all fuzzy, and then we're looting Banard.
Yes, then you looted Banard, and then you decided that you were going to utterly destroy the physical building of Banard because
It hides
We
evidence.
found elves.
no, because you found a bunch of unliving.
We need to. Yeah.
Because they're
we need
not
to make
dead,
sure that
and they
some
weren't
stuff-
even undead.
We found some elves in the walls,
Yeah,
and not like in secret passages in the walls. No, in the walls, like part of the walls.
I like to think of it as hiding evidence. I mean, that's where Yanto's at.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, you liberated a bunch of these people. They finally died. And then
Yay.
How many centuries were they just being used as batteries in torturous ways to fuel the magic of
Several.
that place? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
look,
Hey,
I have to
um,
go back and do the math on when Banard was founded.
It was not a short period of time.
Can we talk about other stuff than destroying my childhood home?
Oh, yeah. Okay, how about how your character? No, go ahead. Sorry.
No,
Relax.
I have one. The wonderful, charming, entirely personable, polite, professional individual that, flirted with Brenna last night.
Oh, that was another good choice. Yeah.
He made the choice to flirt. He did.
He did. It was his choice.
And then he
And
left,
made,
and
and he made the choice not to murderize you all.
that was another. I felt like that was a great choice that he made. And especially considering I gave him sepsis for 18 seconds.
You did cause him some mild stomach discomfort for 18 seconds.
Yeah,
Stabbed
him.
But we are going to start our season 3 now with the next morning after Detlef had visited Yanto's home in Beauclair. We are in Beauclair, in Toussaint, in the year 1050. And we are enjoying is not really the right word here, I should say.
What day is it?
It is day... Oh, yes, by the way, that's another thing you can look up, the Witcher calendar. It is the second Marwith of Blythe, day 133. It's updated on the calendar. There you go. I've been keeping track. It's exactly 1 week after the full moon, and 1 week after the new moon, and 1 week before the full moon.
We have a calendar?
We do.
Mm-hmm.
Where is it?
That's how we were able to tell that Detlef's apple was stolen on my wedding day.
Yeah, but where is it?
Well, would you like to see it? I can show
It's
you all.
pinned in our chat.
It's in your...
It's also
it's
in...
pinned in the chat. Okay.
Yeah.
But I will also put it in the other chat. And
in the Twitch and a Zoom.
Yep, it has been 1 week since Detlef discovered that this thing that he is missing is
It's been
God damn it, Trooper. I love you. God damn it.
Just 2 words. That's all you need.
But moving on. The morning has come. You are in Beauclair, in this very nice, town estate that was gifted to Yanto because
I make friends.
You made friends with a very lovely older woman who firmly desired to scorn her children because they couldn't figure out the fact that she wasn't actually sleeping with the young gentleman who was attending to her. She was just enjoying his pleasant company, and she felt that if they were that unaware and unobservant, they didn't deserve this property because they wouldn't be able to manage any of the property, and therefore, why lose it in gambling and everything when she could just will it away?
That's why you hang out with cool people. You know what I mean? That's why. And
she chose, at this point, this property, and you have this property. It's a very nice, 2-story, very relatively simple. Well, 2.5 because you have the attic space, which is doubles as servants' quarters, and so, a kind of basement, but in a small courtyard with a stable that currently holds 2 carriages, 5 horses, 4 dead bodies because they got moved outside because it's colder outside than leaving them inside your house. Upstairs in the 2nd floor, in one of the bedrooms.
Probably in the stables. So they're not just like out.
Yeah, in the stables.
Out.
That's what I said. In the stables, there are currently 2 carriages, 5 horses, and the 4 dead bodies.
Yeah, makes sense.
Were there 4 dead bodies? I thought there was 2. Because the house staff were just injured, not killed.
There were two dead bodies, and then there were 4 people who were unconscious on the floor.
Yes.
Determined
I was like, wait, the staff died?
Staff did not die. Staff were still alive, but they were asleep.
Yes.
Or unconscious. You determined that they were not unconscious.
Yeah.
There were the 2 bodies who you do not know are dead and in the stable. Where do we find Brenna at, dawn? As you hear the actual sounds of Beauclair awakening around.
Probably training to murder the Wild Hunt. Probably in the courtyard, going through her Witcher forms. Get ready. And then, because she's probably already done the autopsies before moving the bodies while they were still where they laid. So yeah, probably just doing her Witcher forms because she would have meditated all night. She would not have slept.
Yes. Well, the information from their body is very limited. You determined at the end of that their necks were broken.
Yeah, Yamato just wanted her to look at it again, so she was going to do that. To go over every inch with a fine-tooth comb, so to speak.
Well, you could roll me medicine if you want.
Looking for, also looking for any markings like tattoos or anything like that, like strip search. The corpse.
It's a struggle.
You can roll me awareness. You can roll me awareness. I would like to point out this is the first roll of season 3.
Oh.
17.
17 is not actually that bad.
A poor awareness roll for Brenna, but not bad overall.
Not bad overall. With a 17, their clothes are serviceable. Neither new nor old. That just kind of durable. Well maintained. Not fancy, not high quality cloth, but not peasants either. You have, not peasant weave or wools. It's not fine. It's, mostly wool, but it's
Standard. Yeah.
There are no identifying markings on the clothing at all.
Okay. Interesting. What about on the bodies?
The bodies are a little more interesting.
And we've been dealing with some illusions too.
We have.
So she's going to go with sense of touch and sense of sight as well.
You would notice what appears but does not feel like a brand on the inside of the left wrist.
Ah, okay.
You know,
She'll try to figure out what pattern that is by like tracing it, like trying to feel what the design is.
it's like it's like it looks like a healed brand, but it doesn't feel like any of that raised texture or anything. It's
interesting.
all smooth. It feels more like it doesn't even feel like a healed scar or anything. It just feels like normal skin under your hand. Almost like it has the appearance of a brand.
Like, interesting. So, illusion brand? Question mark.
But it does look familiar.
Does it? What design is the brand in? Is it a wolf?
No.
Okay.
It's not a wolf.
Snowdrops?
Yeah. It's like a snowdrop.
Oh, that's new as far as markings. Okay.
But there's something else that goes with that snowdrop. It's dripping blood. Or what looks like it's dripping. Little drops are coming off of it. You assume it's blood. It could be rain. You never know.
Could be the tears of our enemies.
She's gonna assume straight up blood because it's Brenna.
Because it is Brenna.
If it could be anything else, she'd be like, "Oh, that's a surprise. That's shocking. I assumed it was dripping blood."
But yes, but there's no color on it, and it just has that appearance of.
Yeah.
And it looks intricate. Like this is somebody. If this was an actual brand like you would use on cattle, somebody spent time and effort to craft it.
Yes. Do both bodies have this or just one?
Just one.
Just one. Interesting. Okay.
You also find a number of hidden in their clothes, like hidden sheaths where weapons could be hidden, like extra daggers.
But no weapons?
But no extra daggers, yes.
Interesting.
And Brenna, I would like to point something out to you.
Yes.
By this point, it's been an hour after dawn. Someone has not shown up.
Nope, but that's okay. I was gonna march, but a certain higher vampire who doesn't like liars said that they would be back tomorrow night. So Kadan gets one full day. He gets 24 hours from now to be back at the villa before I start marching back to Bernard to dig his body out of that rubble and drag it back. And she'll just think about that as she's doing her forms that morning, and we'll tell Yanto her findings about the brand and show him that stuff. Thinks about taking it with her, and is like, "Yeah, I need to carry a hand around with me again."
It worked so well for you last time. I don't know why you wouldn't. I mean, sounds awesome.
But where do we find Yanto this
Push
morning?
ups, sit ups.
Well, now everything's not good. This was a place where he could actually maybe relax a little bit, but that is no longer the case because it has been compromised. So he's probably he was probably in his bedroom, but probably not in the actual bed. He has like he's got places to hide, like false, like in the closet and whatnot. right?
Oh, you mean the walk-in closet where Arzo was sleeping before you guys came in?
Yes.
Arzo's not
Yes.
sleeping there anymore.
No, because he has his own room. He's in the doghouse is where he's sleeping, probably. And he compromised places. Also,
We
I know.
lost.
No, I'm here. I'm just so upset that I had to go and escape. No, so probably in a a hidden spot in the walk-in closet, so that in case we have more assassins. And he probably did not sleep very well because this place has now been there's a lot that has to be sort of dealt with at this point in time, and that's terrible. You know what I mean? Like it's not good. It's not a good thing at all. There is work to be done here. There's an alchemy lab, and maybe Kadarn, when he gets here, can do work on Brenna to figure out what's going on with her or what might have been done. But at this point in time, this place is no longer particularly safe. So he probably did not sleep very well. He probably slept fitfully, and he's probably now not going to be able to eat very well either, because that's kind of how he is in these moments. So he probably wakes up multiple times and goes back to sleep, on and off, just wanting to listen to hear if there's any sounds that should not be there.
So roll me an awareness.
I will. I am a little concerned about that because I just assumed there wouldn't be any sounds that shouldn't be there. That'll be a 17.
Hold, please.
It's just worrisome.
Are you worried? It's fine.
I mean, it's just that, like, when you say things like, when I say, oh, he's just worried about things, normally you would be like, oh, don't worry, there's nothing to notice. But instead you said, roll awareness. And I'm like, oh, like that. So, that's why. Oh, I have IP haven't spent. Interesting.
You heard some brief sounds like Arzo getting up and moving around, but nothing on word.
Like assassins?
No.
Okay.
It was almost like Arzo trying to be quiet early this morning.
That's fine. You know how Arzo is. So he probably after tossing and turning a bit and getting a little bit of sleep, probably got up earlier and is sort of, getting dressed in the outfit of this persona and trying to figure out is planning because there's always with these folks damage control that has to be done, and they always feel like nothing's ever a problem, but clearly damage control has to be done. So he's pondering is what he's doing.
Brenna's great at damage control.
There's
when it involves witnesses.
No, that's different. No, sometimes you just can't.
It is a damage control.
Oh, but sometimes it does more damage.
You murder enough people, there'll be no one left to find out what you've done.
Sometimes you need those people.
No, you don't need them now.
If they pay you money, yes. Sometimes you need people for things.
They have the money, you just take it off them once they're dead.
But then they don't earn more money every month.
That sounds like way too much work.
Oh yeah. So he's pondering how to deal with the fact that Arzo has got like a weird hit out on him, like, words out in the criminal underground to look for Arzo basically as his brother. So that's distressing. This has been out for a bit of time. He has to go and have a talking with Arzo about Arzo's lack of subtlety and throwing names around and how he brought people back to this place. So there's some conversations that have to happen. But first, before he does that, he has to go and figure out how to deal with this place being compromised. So he's got to ponder that. So he's basically up in his chambers, sort of trying to get things together before he comes out to talk to ask Arzo how the servants are and if they're okay and how they're doing, and checking in with all the people about how everything is, and go see Kaderim, go see Arzo, go see Brenna, because I'm sure everybody's here and not here, because that would be weird.
Yeah.
She's writing. He's writing a couple letters, little inquiries, right? That kind of thing is what he's doing. Preparing letters before he goes off to go and see the rest of the people who are all clearly going to be here and not off somewhere else.
So, Brenna, as you are working out in the courtyard, it's a pleasant day. It's after midwinter and you're in Beauclair, so by this point you're almost... Yeah, you're after Imbolc, so you're approaching... You're well into spring. Spring is... You're past the spring equinox, you're well into spring at this point. It is pleasant, almost warm for the area. You're building up a little bit of a, if witchers sweat, but they don't really. They end up disheveled, but they don't really sweat.
Yeah. Once she's concluded her workout, she will go inside to clean up and ask Yanto where his lab is, because you mentioned there was an alchemy lab.
Yeah, this is a nice estate.
Mm-hmm. Come out with like the barest glisten, like a slight sheen.
Oh, Brenna, how's it?
Yanto, where's your alchemy lab?
Yeah, what'd you learn from the bodies?
Oh, that's a common clothing, very basic. Lots of hidden sheaths, but no weapons on them. De-weaponed, I would assume. There was on one of them's wrist looked like a brand, but when you felt there was no indication of brand, so it healed these miraculously. There was an illusionary brand.
Wait, what?
Wait. Snowdrops dripping blood.
Wait a minute. This is an illusionary brand, you said.
Possibly, yeah.
You don't feel it, but you see it.
Correct.
All right, now that's different than before.
Mm-hmm. And only one of them had this brand.
All right. That sounds like a sign.
You can see it in the stables. I left the wrist open, so you can see it.
Well, we should all see, with the other ones, they was hidden. He was trying not to be seen, but we didn't all see him, and I saw something different than everybody else did. So we should probably gather up the gang and see if we all see the same thing.
Right, but here's my physical description of them, and she'll just give you that. Tell me if you see anything different.
Yeah, all right, I will do. Make sure, go ask Kadan and
But Kadan isn't
Arzo.
here, remember?
Well, he probably came in last night, yeah? Did you check one of his bedrooms?
I didn't hear him come in because I was not sleeping.
Yeah, but he does his little, magic portal thing and everything like that.
There was no footsteps.
That's not good.
No, it is not. He has 24 hours from 2 hours ago to return home, or I'm going to march us to Bernard and dig him out of a pile of rubble.
Maybe we shouldn't wait that long, yeah? But we can't. We can't teleport. We ain't got standing portals. All right, that's a problem.
We don't. He does, though, and if it's an issue of magic reserves, then maybe he should have built up enough by the course of a day to come back to us. Or if he's just in a pile of rocks suffocating, we're not going to get there in time anyway. So we just, body retrieval at that point.
Always been kidnapped by, the BM.
And again, we can't move quickly enough to stop that. So if he doesn't show up in the next 24 hours, we are going to look for him. We'll leave tomorrow morning.
Oh,
Or if he sends a message or something. I don't like it, so it's not just you.
All right. Well, then we got to ask Arzo what he thinks about it then, and see what Arzo says about the servants. How they doing?
Right, I'm going to go get cleaned up from training, get ready for the day, and do some alchemy, I think.
Yeah. Right. We've got a problem in that assassins, them fellas, etc., know where we are. So I feel like we probably shouldn't stay here. We should probably move out, get another place to be, because this place is compromised. If they came once, they could come again. Yeah.
Your household staff good at killing people?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Because maybe they did it. Maybe they killed the intruders and then they got, knocked unconscious by Detlef.
All right, look. See, here's the thing. The staff are actual staff. So if they got captured and interrogated, they wouldn't have nothing to say. You understand what I'm saying?
But what if they're pretending to just be really good staff and since they're like former serial killers or something?
Well, it's
Did
entirely...
you do background checks on them?
Yes, but as we've learned, I don't know nothing about people. All the skills I
Well,
thought
we
I
can
had.
ask them when they wake up if they murdered 2 people in the house. I mean, it was really well done. I mean, just perfect snap of the neck, perfect amount of force exuded. Professional at work, or at least an enthusiast.
Monster or, mortal? Well, I suppose monsters are mortal.
Most monsters are mortal.
I meant, you know what I mean. Do you think there was like
probably person, but it could have been a monster. It would have to have been a well-behaved monster.
Yeah, this place is compromised. We've got all sorts of things that know about this place in ways they should not know about.
I'm curious as to who killed them more than anything.
Me too. That's why I asked you. That's why I asked you to investigate it. We've got a problem, right?
I did.
Somebody came in and killed them. That's no good. And
if they come in again, I'll kill them.
See, it's like dealing with the symptoms are not the problem, but also the vampire.
But then we'll know who did it.
Or those are just more people who's been lackeys, right?
I'll mortally wound them and then ask questions before they die.
If they send in an army or poison or magic.
They won't send in an army. Poison's a possibility.
We don't know who did it. Yeah. Look. So here's the thing. This is bad.
They wanted to send in an army, so they would have done so already.
They may be waiting 24 hours.
Well, if they send an army, we'll leave quickly.
You just don't seem to find these things very distressing. And it's like, I know you can stab older people, but it's not the point, yeah? Look,
we're all going to die at some point. Either I stab them and win or I die. But probably going to just stab them and not die.
There's more between just dying or killing people. There's other things. It's like eating food, there's sleeping, there's drinking.
And you can do all of that in the interim of possibly dying and staying alive. Like, that's just part of living. You just live until you maybe die.
Right. I feel like you're missing the living part. Yeah. And in order to have a life...
That's why I was training, and I'm going to get cleaned up and eat and then do some alchemy. I would not do all these things if I was going, oh no, I'm going to die because people are going to send an army and poison me and attack me.
Right. All right. Let me put it this way. I'm not a witcher. I don't heal real fast, and I don't got all the things you got, so I actually do have to worry about... But
you're very slippery.
No, I'm not actually. It turns out I can't run away from nobody. Everybody catches me. Everybody finds me. Look, the thing is, I'm
not
actually quite... No, I can't outrun just a pair of measly guards. They catch me like nothing, even in the woods. Look, I don't got no skills. I thought I had skills.
Guards catch you in the woods?
These things happen, yeah? Look, the point is, I got to worry about getting murdered. You may not worry about getting murdered, but I got to worry about getting murdered.
It's more like an inevitability, so it's just best not to fret about it.
I'd rather not die tonight, yeah? And not only that, I
Preferable.
got other people who might get murdered because all this, like these servants, they's good folk. They's just normal, regular folk just working and doing a job, yeah? And they almost got killed, right? Because the
They were
security
doctor
wasn't right.
watches.
Yeah,
Well,
but
you
it
didn't
could
hire security. You only hired servants.
there's more than one way to have security, yeah? If you got a lot of guards on what's supposed to be like a normal place for people who aren't like fancy and who aren't even here, that's suspicious. And people are like, oh, look at that. There's probably something wrong going on there. It's probably not what it seems like. So you got to be careful how you do it. But this place, the security for this place was that it wasn't known as anything suspicious. Now
Well,
it's
and then
known.
Odso got followed. It happens.
There is more. Arzo must have given his name, or else they wouldn't have attached him that way because he's looking for a name. The point is, you don't have to worry about getting killed. Apparently, you don't worry about it at all, but I worry about it. I worry about me getting killed. I worry about people that work for me getting killed. I worry about people that I know getting killed.
It sounds like you worry an awful lot.
If I don't worry, then people die, or they get arrested,
People
or they get put in
die
stocks.
and get arrested regardless of how much you worry. You can think about things and have concerns without worrying about it.
See, the thing is, the difference between you and me is that you're like, well, I don't really care because if something happens, I'll just stab it. Yeah. But see, I can't stab nobody. So I got to do other things. I got to think about.
If I was you and I couldn't stab anyone, I would probably just try to hang out around someone who could stab people.
There's more than just me. Yeah. There's people who work for me. There are people who I interact with. And those people could get stabbed. This is why you got to have information security. If people know, who your friends are, who you hang out with, who you're around, then they go target those people to try to get to you.
I'm not used to having very many friends, so it's not really much of a concern.
Yeah. I mean, look at this, yeah? Somebody wants to get to you, Countess von Velden. What are they going to do? Somebody wants to hurt you.
Based on experience, they would marry my current husband and then mind control them and then make poor choices, like trying to marry off the younger son and then get stabbed.
Yeah, but they might do other things like, right now, when you're here with me, what witch is with them right now? None, yeah? Somebody might walk in there and just stab him. Cut in pieces, some sort of, I don't know, who knows what.
They're good at stabbing things as well. It's more of the magic, the mind control magic that was...
or poison. Who knows? The point is, your family's not witches, yeah? Nope. They could be compromised.
So
they
if
could
someone
be
fucks
injured.
with them, I'm going to hunt them down and kill them.
But see, I would like them not to be killed and then get into a revenge thing. I'd like them to be not dead. Not your husband. I don't care about him at all. But my point is, when you got people you're responsible for, you just can't be so cavalier about things. You got to go try to make sure they don't get compromised.
Why is there's the guards there and things?
I don't understand how you could live in such a violent world and be so sheltered at the same time. Like, I just don't get it. I mean, it's very strange.
I don't understand how you can live and yet hide through everything at the same time.
Things can hit you if you're riding, and there are different ways to ride. You ride sometimes in plain sight, but you got...
Yes, I've noticed.
Brenna, the fact that you can kill everything and can't be killed yourself, or you don't mind getting killed...
I almost died last night.
When?
When I stabbed the higher vampire through the chest.
Why?
I didn't realize he was a higher vampire until after I stabbed him.
All right. So, higher vampires are different from other vampires in that they
can't be killed. Are immortal. What else do you want to know?
All right. Are they immortal like the Wild Ants immortal, and that they're not really not immortal? Or
no, they are. You can't kill them.
Is that actually true?
She is like her face goes like dead serious for a second and just nods like, yep.
All right. But then let me
It's the
put it in
best
this.
way. If you get a contract for a higher vampire,
You just
say
don't do it.
no.
All right. Yeah. All
Or
right.
you
I mean, I would say
try
that
to
anyways.
appease the higher vampire. If they're upset, try to make it better for them.
All right. So my point is, quite distressingly
They're
for me,
extraordinarily rare, though. So.
that's nice to know. Feel really lucky we've had one in our house. So as your older brother, I find this distressing. You probably don't. You seem quite your sense of self-preservation worries me a bit, or lack thereof, or sort of a fatalism about just going to be dead at some point in time. You don't seem to.
Because you are going to be dead at some point in time. Probably, which is probably sooner rather than later. Like, I'm surprised I've lived this long. Like, double my life expectancy.
I don't feel like you understand how this is making me worry more about you, yeah? I mean, this is not making me worry less about you. No,
because
it don't.
I'm not dead yet.
But you don't seem to care so much about it. You're like, well, I'm just going to die anyway. We all die at some point in time.
Well, I mean, I'm a witcher. We are created to fight monsters until we die fighting them.
But witches are pretty new. You might live for a really long time. Especially if you're careful and you use tactics and whatnot, and you go about in a smart way, then you don't have to die at all. You could die, you could to a ripe old age. You got hundreds of years.
Well, we're not really sure exactly how long witches live.
Well, we should find out, and I hope it's like a long time, because I don't want you going nowhere.
I'm also only half elven, so it could be.
I don't want you dying for a really long time. Yeah.
I appreciate that. I would prefer you not to die as well.
What about you, though? Do you prefer that you don't die? Because right now they're going after.
It's preferable. I do have a lot of things to do.
Yeah, but one of them,
like kills wild swanberries.
Yeah, that sort of thing's going to get you killed, though.
But I have to do it.
You don't have to do it.
No, I do.
No, but you don't.
My mind, my heart is set on it.
That's suicide, though, and for no reason.
Not necessarily. Pick them off.
I wish that you would be less reckless.
When have I been reckless? Aside from last night.
You're my sister. And I've been looking for you for almost all my life, trying to find you.
50 years, yes.
And when I do find you, you're going to throw your life away chasing this army. It's like a big group of people from some other part of the.
I'm training first.
You're
I'm
one
going
person.
to go head first into it. I've got to get ready first. Not to complete it yet.
See, if it were me, which it ain't, I feel like you're going to just go wade in there, find out what it is, walk in, like they said, like, I don't know where they go. I don't know where they hang out. Like, let's say it's like a wild thornberry tavern. I don't know. Maybe they go to a tavern. I don't know what they do.
Sure.
Right. I feel like you're going to kick in the door to this tavern and be like, oi, wild thornberries, it's me, Brenna, is all my family. I'm the Countess von Velden. He's everybody I know and love and care about. And I'm here to kill you. And then you're just going to go wade into a big
I've been paying some. I have a few different strategies I'm thinking about and considering. One of them actually takes a page out of your book, and I disguise myself. I kill just one member of the Wild Hunters, and I put on all their armor, and then
Then you kick in the door to the tavern. See, again.
No, you don't kick in the door. You walk in, sit down, order a beer, and maybe poison some all, stab the one sitting next to you. It's different methods. It's one of many plans. And she holds up a notebook because it's her training notebook.
And
she just flips it a little bit. You see a lot of different stick figures on the bottom doing all sorts of murdery things.
All right, let me see it. Let me see it.
No, you don't need to see all of them.
No, I want to see it. Let me see it.
Not my entire notebook.
I want to see your
book.
plans to kill the wild thornberries.
Right, well, here's a singular page of plans to kill some wild thornberries. Hold up.
What's it look like?
Um,
How much stealth is involved?
so
How
this
much-
one is, she pulled open a stealthy page. There's
Uh-huh.
like a little stick figure forest and little stick figures riding stick horses, and like it's like multi-paneled of like it like being a really like foglet is involved, like a little foglet figure,
Mhm.
and a couple of them to provide cover, and she just like just pulls them off the horses and murders them one by one. Before taking one of them's horses and then like chopping off the rest of their heads.
And that's the big group of them at that point in time, yeah?
It's like a hunting group of like
Yeah.
eight to 10.
Yeah.
But there's like, the first like 6 of them get just picked off one by one in the foggy forest. Yes.
That's better, but
It's one of many plans. It depends on when we, interact.
I just
Close this book.
look, I don't know much about these wild thornberries, yeah?
I don't either. I'm hoping to meet a was it snake? No. Viper. Was Viper. A Vipovich who they specialize in the wild thornberries a little bit.
Ooh, gathering information, that's good. Also unlike you.
I told you I'm training for this because I know it's not an amazing idea.
Maybe you should. So look,
So I'm taking my time to train and gather information and make plans.
I just don't think you should do it.
Well, if Alienor turns up, I won't murder all of the wild thornberries. Just like 1/10 of them.
Do you remember it's a month or two ago? Do you remember when we were at that estate and he was showing up? Yeah. And we had to run. That's what we did. Every single time those wild thornberries show up, we run.
We're not ready. You can't fight.
They seem to have really big magic. Like not little magic, but big magic.
I'm thinking about recruiting Kadan to help.
I'm gonna lose you and I don't want to. You're gonna do something. It's gonna get you killed and I don't like it.
Well, it's not going to happen anytime soon. It could take me years to train.
And his odds are running around and just throwing his name everywhere. We're not.
Well, I'm going to let you know my plans for today so you can feel well informed and secure in my space.
All right, what
I don't plan on dying today. I'm going to get cleaned up. I'm going to do some alchemy. I'm going to get ready for today. I'm going to dress like a lady because that is what we are in town as. Well, what I'm in town as. And then see what you're up to at that time, maybe do some shopping.
I don't think it's safe to
sit here.
be seen in public at this point in time. I don't think we should leave. I think we should probably stay in a basement. I should probably go and tell me staff
Seems
to
a
go
little
in.
extreme.
Are you kidding? We had what you said, an immortal vampire in this place last night. Out
Yes,
to go
and
and
he didn't kill us all, which means he's as long as we don't lie to him because he doesn't like liars, so we're probably fine.
He doesn't like lies. That's great. Listen.
He said that he probably murdered liars who lied to him.
Right. Listen. He was sent here to murder Ardzo. That's a plan, probably by his brother.
He was stolen from, and
on purpose. Framed.
Yes, and
Ardzo,
framed. Ardzo was framed, but now he knows it's not Ardzo,
But-
and I believe he was going to have words with the people who lied to him about Ardzo being the person he was looking for, and maybe when he comes back tonight, he'll have some information about who these people were, who's actually working for.
All right. Can we just talk for a minute about long-term thinking? Yeah. Yeah.
Certainly.
Just long-term thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody wants to get Ardzo murdered. Yeah.
Yes, his brother probably. That Kazakh
younger one.
Gulo or something.
No,
Yes.
the other one, the younger one, the one that nobody likes, right? That
Okay,
one.
I don't remember his name, but yes.
Well, it's all these. Yeah, the Gulos.
I've been looking for Kazakh. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but was it? It weren't Kazakh did it? It was the other one. Mesmo, right? And Perga Mesmo, sister brother, probably Mesmo because nobody likes him. Anyway, point being, somebody has got brass balls big enough to try to go and like steal from a vampire, frame him and all this business. Yeah.
They might not know exactly what he is. Or they do and they're just ballsy as fuck.
Which what I said of brass balls.
Which it's not going to end well for them, regardless, because
here's the thing, yeah. If you're somebody
it's
like
gonna hunt you
that,
forever.
this is the thing that's been a problem all along. Somebody like that don't stop with just one vampire, whatnot. He's got word out all over.
He's not going to find a second one. I mean, do you know the odds of that? Incredibly small.
But he's going to find something. He's going to keep coming, just like
Yes,
the BM's going to keep
which is
coming.
why we have to get up to, go find them and confront them.
Which is why we got to make sure in the meantime, they don't find us first, which means we got to not spread our name about and be all visible and all that sort of stuff. We got people, at least 2 different groups of people, maybe more. 3. We've got the wild thornberries looking for us, looking for Kadan, which means we got to go. We got to get around him real fast because we don't want that to happen. We got Mesmo probably, maybe Perga, but after
probably
us.
just for Arzo though.
Yeah, but Arzo knows us, which means let's say it's Mesmo.
And if they try to kill me, I'll stab them if I'm out in public.
All right. I'm going to get back to that for a second. We got probably also the big BM. Who knows who else is in there trying to go. And we got that other mage. We don't even know what he looks like. That Arzo saw. We got a gang full of werewolves.
He's the same mage.
No, he said it was different. He said he looked different. So it's
we're illusions.
Maybe, but we got the minions. We got so many people trying to kill us, yeah? Or ruin us, destroy reputations.
Sure, a surprising number of people, yeah.
Yeah. Ruin our reputations. Take away everything we know, everything we've been, all the places, our strengths, ruin everything we got. And then they kill us, maybe. Or just make us wish we was dead. Captured our dad. Kept him in some sort of weird nightmare for
All right, well, do you have allspice in your kitchen cupboards?
Yes, why?
Well, then I need it for alchemy. I don't have to go to the market now. There you go.
All right. I feel like I'm not going to get through to you, yeah? So it's fine.
I've listened to everything you've said, and I will take it into consideration. What are you going to do today?
How would you feel when you come back? Let's say you go out shopping, yeah? You come back, and I'm dead. And I'm like...
I would be upset and and go find the murderer and kill them.
Would you rather me not be dead, though?
You're saying if I leave, you're probably going to die?
No, what I'm saying is we're acting in a way that is calling too much attention to ourselves, and that's going to get somebody killed. Probably me, actually, if you want to be honest about it, right? Because you and Kaden and very impressive, and Arzo
Arzo. Is Arzo in the house?
Oh, he should be, yeah. I mean, he got up early, but he's probably running about. Arzo wouldn't leave after what happened last night and how displeased I was as lack of subtlety.
How about we look for Arzo?
Go to his room.
And you tell me what your plans are for today.
All right. Why don't we? He's probably up in the guest room number 2, yeah?
All right.
All right, let's go.
What are you going to do today? I'm going to do alchemy and get cleaned up, dressed like a lady.
Yeah, well, I want to go, and me and Arzo are going to go talk to the servants and see what happened, what they know. Just a little bit of find out what we can find information gathering from here. Probably at this point in time, I'm going to have them send them home if they're well enough to walk, so that they're not here in case somebody comes back and attacks this place again.
Fair.
I'm going to keep them paid, of course. Make sure, checking me dad, make sure he's all right. Probably move him somewhere where he's a bit less vulnerable. Maybe back down in the alchemy lab with you, because that seems like a bit safer.
Well, maybe not in the alchemy lab in case there's any mishaps.
Oh, yeah.
Alchemy is not...
No, yeah. No, I remember
that.
Yeah, I remember all the fireballs that happened, yeah. But somewhere down in the basement. So there.
Right.
So that's a bit safer. Yeah. Yeah. And then, well, it's a bit of a tricky wicket, isn't it? I don't want to. Well, let's go and find. Can't make my plans until we find out what the servants have to say.
All right, well, let's look for Ardzoans and talk to the servants then.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Do we find Ardzo?
You do not find Arzo. You find a very nice bedroom, well appointed. I mean, it's one of your guest rooms. It's stunning. The bed has been made. There was a very nice piece of letter addressed to Yanto and Brenna seated on the bedside table, kind of leaning up against a handle.
Do we recognize the handwriting?
I'm going to say yes because I'm trying to figure out if you. It's one of those. I'm trying to remember if you would have had the opportunity to see handwriting from Ardzo.
Yeah, because we've been in business.
We would have at some point.
Oh yeah. Well, yes, Yanto definitely because you've been doing business trade. Yes, you recognize it as Ardzo's.
Brenna,
Yanto!
do you see that letter right there?
I do. I think it means that Ardzo is not here. Would you like me to read it first?
Yeah, I would like you to read it because would you? Yeah, please.
Brenna will just pick it up and read it. She is completely unsurprised.
He informs you that he has some personal business to take care of. He is being intelligent and stealthy. He has hired a private guard and is going into what is the name of that particular forest? To the east of Beauclair, northeast of Beauclair.
I'll just read this out loud for Yanto to hear.
Please, I get the name of the actual.
It sounds like it's just going to be you and me at home today.
Cade Makiv. It's north of Beauclair, probably about a day and a half, depending. And he does inform you of the name of the human that he hired, Lohengrin, who had been recommended to him by his cousin Merrick, the dwarf. Yanto, you would know Merrick. You know of Merrick. He is a doctor in Belhaven.
Yeah.
And that he also, he had some personal business to take care of at this time. Not to worry. Servants are fine. They might have small minor headaches, but it doesn't seem to have impeded or any permanent damage to them in any way. And he did not tell anyone his name, where he was staying, or any of your names.
And they're holding the letter, looking at Yanto.
I'm gonna roll a streetwise for Lohengrin. No, just a.
Well, it's 12. That's not horrible. And Lohengrin, you would have heard of, and you recall hearing that name because you remember that Elise had him working the door at the bar. He was, and that tells you enough. It's one of those. Elise herself was willing to hire him. Yeah. Competent, good fighter, not going to cheat anybody.
Take you out to the woods and kill you.
Yeah, he's not going to do that. He has a solid reputation as a bodyguard. Does usually spends a lot of time working for Elise in town, but also will do contract trips with Merrick or other dwarves in and out of Belhaven up to Mahakam.
Yeah, so Brenna, this don't make me feel good.
Figured it wouldn't.
Do you? All right. Lesson. Tell me why I ain't feeling good about this. Use your perception of people reading skills.
Because you care about Arzo and you're afraid he's going to go out into the woods and gets murdered and say all of our names and bring doom upon this house.
Also, just might get murdered.
I mentioned that.
Yeah, but also, this is not the first time he's done this.
No, which is why I'm not surprised.
But it didn't work out well last time he did it. And so
No,
maybe...
Which is why if he
it's-
comes back injured, I will also not be surprised.
Preventative, right? See, when you go off and you don't tell your friends where he's going because you're like, well, I'm just going to go do me private things by myself, find me brother by myself without friends, and then you find some kind of creepy walk right into an ambush and almost get killed, then maybe you don't do it a second time, yeah? But he's doing it again. It
But
feels...
say dwarves are slow learners.
I'm gonna knock to the
Talk
servants.
to the servants?
Nope, not gonna do that right now. I'm a little bit too upset.
Okay.
I'm gonna...
Can I do anything to help?
Yes, when Arzo gets back, assuming he's not been murdered, I figure you should have a contact with a conversation with him because he clearly don't listen to me when I say,
Well-
Arzo, I'm worried about your safety. Maybe you shouldn't run off by yourself because that ain't safe. And I, as your friend,
I was hoping to have
worry
a conversation
about
with Arzo anyways, so I can do that.
you. All right, yeah. So maybe tell him that running out by yourself like that is not respectful.
But is there anything I can do for you to make you feel better in the present?
All right. You got to go figure it out.
Is it a hug?
No. Study me. Study me.
I'm
Roll that
looking
human
at you.
perception.
Mhm.
Roll that human perception.
I will roll that wonderful stat of human perception.
All right. Come on.
You need to. You're constipated. Fail.
Oh.
It's a
No, I'm not
That one.
constipated. And I don't need a nug.
food, drink. I know you want me to not leave the house today.
That would be good. I'd like us to maybe shut this house down, put out some rumors or something, though. Figure out a way to fix this. Get this place less well known. And no, you can't murder the entire criminal underground in this city. That would not help.
Planning on it.
Yeah, but it seems like a you thing to do. I'm gonna go get a cup of tea.
Right. I'm going to do alchemies and get dressed. But
I'm gonna go and search the house, top to bottom.
and talk to the servants.
No, I have to not be so angry.
All right, search the house first. I'll be in the lab.
Make sure there's no. I'm gonna go search for,
Scream really
signs of-
loud if you find something. I'll stop
All
my
right.
alchemy and go
Yeah,
upstairs.
look for signs of breaking and
Oh,
entering.
he gets that allspice.
clues.
He goes under the cat.
Mm.
Gets allspice fruit.
Yeah,
So,
because
well, Yanto is searching the house from top to bottom, and Brenna is going to begin doing alchemy.
Alchemy. I'm gonna make some potions.
what is Kadarin doing? That's what I want to know.
That's what I'm going to ask. Aren't we on the same wavelength?
We are
Wow.
Kadarin. I hope the answer
But-
is a good answer, like full of wise decisions.
Kadarin, you... well, you've teleported away from the collapsing destruction of Banard in your last moments and realized that you didn't control a teleport correctly and not going to end up back in Beauclair, suddenly show up underneath in the bushes underneath the window of Lady Rilowin that you jumped out of
Yeah.
when she then shot you. Well, had her guards shoot you.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember getting shot.
Yeah,
Remember not wanting to be here.
with Dematerium. And then you heard a very pleasant voice leaning out the window asking if you were going to just lay there all night or were you actually going to come inside.
Last time I came in, I got shot. So, excuse me if I'd like to lay down in the grass for a spell or two.
Why would I
Also-
shoot you? I want a lot of effort to keep you alive.
Yeah, we need to talk about that. Why don't you come lie down in the grass with me instead? How about that? I really don't want to go inside.
There's this
I have
moment
bad memories
of
of
where,
the place.
like, Eleanor will push open the window because it was just, slightly open and she was talking out of it. Now she will push over and lean over and she goes, "When in your memory have I ever lain in the grass?"
Hey, there's a first time to anything. I mean,
The wine is inside. You have 20 seconds, but otherwise I'll come and drag you in. And she closes the window.
I will wait 18 seconds. And then I'll make my way in.
The decor is different than the last time you were here. Well, how much of the decor do you remember from the last time you were here?
I think he remembers still enough. He probably couldn't place this exact flower vase was here, or
No.
there was a he might remember there used to be a portrait on the wall here, but now it's probably something different in the frame. But he wouldn't remember the exact details of what was.
No,
what was there.
The paintings are gone. There's some more interesting books. There are now books and bookshelves. The color palette is entirely different. Instead of blues and oranges, it's reds and blacks. And just a hint occasionally of bright pink. And Eleanor is the most, as she comes down the stairs and is kind of leaning on the stairwell, artfully, she is the most dressed down that you have ever seen her. Now, her hair is down. It's not put up. It's not artful. The cloths are still very high quality, and you can see a slight sheen to them, but it's a simple red open neck blouse, black jacquard vest on top, black pants, boots, and she is almost, if you had to say it, it would be like comfy, like,
Yeah, not her usual.
not her usual. Like, if you had to make the comparison, this would be like jeans and a t-shirt kind of Eleanor. As close as jeans to a t-shirt that you could get. There's no and she's not wearing any jewelry.
Darren will actually remark on that and ask if the servants lost your laundry.
Well, since the servants aren't here, it's a little hard for them to lose anything. But I did promise you wine. Come. And she will lead you through the front room into what was a much more boudoir-esque when you were here last. But now it's almost a study, I guess. There's a couple couches, an actual desk in the front window. Not a lot of books on the shelves, but a couple. And a large crystal decanter of red wine. That she then will pour a glass for herself and for you and carry it over and hold it out in front of you.
I'll take it and ask, so is this what death feels like?
As close as I ever want to come. How are you? You look a little... And she'll take the second to kind of look you up and down, and you look a little rough, let's be honest.
Oh yeah. Let me just check real quick.
Sounds like shit.
How rough? Yeah.
I mean, aside from falling through the bush into the ground.
I look like I'm fucking dying.
And she'll take that second to then just kind of like, after you take that crystal goblet, she'll kind of do that like subtle push with 2 fingers on your shoulder to push you into a chair kind of thing.
Yeah, she doesn't need to push very hard. If she does, my shoulder might dislocate. So
yeah, she doesn't want to hurt you, but she's like, sit down. Sit.
I'm sitting down.
And she'll sit. There's like these 2 facing couches with a small table in between. They're kind of low and artful. And she leans back across from you. Can you roll me awareness?
Right.
Cause.
17.
Ooh. Now that
Tonight's number for awareness is 17, folks.
Yeah, apparently.
Somebody should be making money off of that. Somebody go play that number in the lotto. There's your number. It's interesting because not only is she dressed down for her, she looks younger.
Huh.
Like 10, almost 15 years. Before, she always looked in that indeterminate age of a woman somewhere between 35 and 50. She's also not hiding. Her hair is down and not piled up, and you can just barely make out the hint of her ears through her hair.
Change your makeup or something. I mean, you look younger, but like, I'm not saying this is a compliment. I'm saying this is an observation. As in, you might be an illusion of my cousin younger.
Very good. You're thinking. You want to test me?
Would you mind waiting for tomorrow?
Considering how you look. Been answer this? No, I don't.
Good. So long as you don't kill me in my sleep, whatever you are, person who looks like Eleanor. Yeah, I'll take you up on that.
I'm not going to murder you in your sleep. I spent too much time and effort keeping you alive.
Yeah, speaking of keeping me alive, how are you keeping yourself alive? Because you're missing the thing, you know?
It's a little more complicated.
I bet.
My usual... Well, part of the answer about my parents. Tied to that. Can't do any of my usual tricks.
Little tricks?
You think you're the only member of this family that has a propensity to control the powers of chaos.
No, I'm not. There is a light, I swear, that keeps turning on and off next to me, and I don't know what it is.
Could just be a loose bulb.
Yeah, I know. It's just I'm trying to figure out if it's really that or like a weird reflection in my glasses. It's been happening since last night, and it's driving me crazy.
No,
Anyway,
actually, I saw it.
you were saying.
I
Okay, so there is actually something changing in the
yes.
over here area.
Yes.
Okay.
Poltergeist.
She said that she thinks you are the only member of this family with propensity to control the powers of chaos.
Well, I figure no. But at the same time, I figure that if you needed the thing, that you probably not able to do it by yourself.
No, that sort of enchantment requires complications, bloods, and a decent jeweler. You happen to have
Which,
one.
let's face it, they're very hard to find these days.
Or at least one from my standard. There was one who was an elf. He was decent, and he's been missing for 50 years. Like,
I think I know a jeweler.
do you? One that I would trust.
Maybe. Yeah. Why would you not trust the jeweler?
I don't trust many people.
I figured that.
It's occupational hazard.
And why are you hiding in Bruges? If you don't mind me asking. Because of all places, you could have chosen something a lot better than this.
Well, when the unfortunate previous owner of this establishment ended up on the wrong side of perhaps the local government and had to flee, the property was cheap, and I bought it about 10 years ago. And we
Really,
did,
what happened to Lady Rewelin?
she tried to kill you.
Yeah, no, I know.
I was
But I mean, I don't think
displeased.
the... Uh-huh.
It happens that perhaps Lady Rewelin wasn't as accurate in her reporting to the government about her financial situation as one should have been.
Wow, I am so glad that you avenged my near death with tax fraud.
No.
Thank you.
That was merely to chase her out. She is also perhaps currently running from a few other people who are under the impression that she appropriated their goods.
Well, I mean, some of the people she should be running from include me, but...
You aren't dead yet. I didn't want to kill her quite yet. I needed information. Also, I wanted to be in her house to find out exactly what she did while you were.
Oh, you could have sent a message.
This was when you were perhaps, I don't know, dying?
Like 3 hours ago?
No. I bought this property shortly after she shot you.
Oh, no, I thought, yeah, okay. Look, I am concussed.
I can tell.
I may have been suffering from mild hallucinations,
Mild
meaning that
hallucinations.
I don't even know if you are you. So there's that. I am profusely bleeding, and I think I lost a spleen.
That's not really necessary.
I would like to keep all my bits inside myself.
Usually a good choice. But
Yeah.
let me put you to bed and see if I can't do something to stop your bleeding.
Well, oh, hard to think. Do you happen to have mandrake roots?
do you take me for? Charlatan, of course.
You're missing half your wardrobe. I'm thinking you're missing half your pantry.
The wardrobe is...
I'm still listening.
The wardrobe is more difficult to replace than sometimes. At least to my fields. And considering that certain of my selected seamstresses are currently perhaps being observed, I would not wish to approach them when certain people I wish to avoid, knowing that I'm still breathing. You know, these things.
Makes a lot of sense. I might have to also change my wardrobe, but I'm sort of in a rush too. So, Mandrake Root, I think I don't need anything else. Would you mind reaching into my pouch and because I can't bend my arm
And
right?
she will like push you against the couch and take the glass and put it on the table and begin actual first aid.
Oh, as she does, I just
You can have that after. And then she'll begin first aid to treat you. Let's see how she does with first aid. Eleanor. You at first aid.
Great question.
Not bad.
and that is how I die.
No, because you can't die from being treated.
You can just not get treated.
You just get not treated. You can't.
Try again later.
Exactly. It's not bad. 17 is the number of the day.
Yeah.
Which
That's strange, but okay. Again, 17s. What is it trying to tell us?
Lots of things. But you and that that does meet the DC. So that would give you a treated condition.
Okay, so let me just
And
reopen.
You get
Point.
like was it 3 or 5 HP?
No, it's only if a healer does it.
That's only if a healer does it.
He
You
gets
get HP.
1
Yeah.
HP.
She is not a healer.
No, you get 1 now, and you can recover some per day now.
Yeah.
You don't get the beautiful healer boost.
Yes, I'm sorry. She's not a healer.
Equal to my rec per day.
Yep. You're unmodified.
Great. Yeah. Good. All right. Well, at this rate, I see you in a week, Brenna.
Well, no, you recover your stamina right away.
No, that I know. It's my HP. Like I'm not gonna leave if I'm still in critical condition, which it will take me at least 2 days before I can.
Well, you have today and tomorrow, so that's 2 recovery scores. So we'll see you tomorrow morning.
She will then escort you to the same bedroom that you jumped out of. The furniture's different.
Great.
The furniture's different. Wardrobe, bed, simple, tasteful, but very, again, plain. It's lacking this whole house is lacking any of Eleanor's usual
Her flair. Yeah.
and style.
It's very much a we use this place as an Airbnb type thing.
Yeah, pretty much. And she will put you to bed. She will leave a glass of wine on the nightstand table and go to close the door behind her. Can you roll magical? magical training, so which is your magical.
Higher than a 17. I think I'm gonna put 2 of my luck points in that.
You guys have a bunch of luck points given to you from chat, just letting you know.
I know chat was very, very generous, but I'll start with my own for now. For a 19, which by the way, I put 2 points of my luck in it, so technically that's still a 17. Just want y'all to know.
Wow. That's uncanny.
I have no idea how this can be.
It's roll 20
But
tonight.
sure, roll 20. Yeah.
But you sense as she walks out the door a brief surge of magic as she kind of brushes the door frame as she closes it. But it's not. It's comforting. It's soothing.
Yeah, I'm probably warded or something.
Or the room is.
Yeah. But I will waste no time the moment she closes the door to just say, "Oh, Eleanor."
Yes, get down.
Mandrake root.
A moment. And she will go and come back. A nice, high quality. She leaves it for you on the table.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Don't kill yourself doing stupid shit.
I'm not going to do anything stupid.
You say that, and then I look at what's your physical conditions. So
You could also not look at my body because we're related.
medical consent.
I know you can't stop yourself, but
And she'll reach over and like pat your cheek and that kind of, oh, you're so sweet. You're not that attractive to me, darling. Not my type. And she'll walk out. She doesn't.
when she closes,
She doesn't
sorry.
saunter and she doesn't, flounce.
Mhm.
It's almost, and she doesn't make a sound as she walks down.
oh no, the moment she closes the door, I wait 1 second and I go, "Oh, Eleanor,
Door opens.
could you get me some warm milk? I would really appreciate warm milk right now. Please."
You get this deadpan stare.
I would conjure it myself, but I might kill myself doing so. You would be the best cousin ever.
You assume there's milk in this house. I will see. And she kind of closes the door just a little firmly, not slamming it, but just,
Yeah.
yeah. And again, you don't hear her as she walks away.
Before she comes back with the milk, I'm just going to draw a giant circle under the bed. And like start my I mean, I'm gonna roll for it. Ritual of
healing?
life.
Ritual of
Yeah.
life, yeah. Ritual healing. There you go. Roll for that ritual of healing.
So I might die.
You might want to spend some luck, buddy.
Well, I'm gonna spend 2 luck from. I only need to not fumble. That really is just what it is. I think.
Yeah.
Let me just see.
Spend
Because
some luck,
it's
buddy.
no, it's a DC 15. It's a DC 15, and I roll with
You could
a
roll up
nat.
to -9.
Well, right now I'm very wounded. Normally I can't fail. So I'm gonna,
Normally.
if y'all don't mind, I'm gonna take 1 of my luck and 2 from chat.
Do
Please
it.
do. Please
Yeah.
do.
Please.
And I roll a 15 on the dot.
Which is what you need, right?
Yes, it is what I need. It's because
There
my
you go.
stats are crap
This
right
is
now.
why I said spend the luck, buddy.
All right,
I would
so
also
it's
like
3 HP.
I would also like to remind Kadarn that, if he had other people in the room when he's doing the ritual, it lowers the DC for each person that's in the room.
But it seems like that
Participating
would
in the
involve
ritual.
him trusting other people, but other people don't trust other
Then
people.
Alienor would have to like be there.
Also, by the way, I need my staff to cast it.
Mm-hmm.
And it brings me straight to 0 stamina. So the moment the ritual is done, I fall on the bed unconscious, and that's it.
I just imagine him sitting on the bed with his staff and then
But I'll be back to 37 now.
There you go.
When?
Tomorrow. After
wake
10
up.
rounds.
So,
Oh,
10 minutes.
It's like it's ridiculously good if you're not in a hurry.
that's
Yes.
great. Which
'Cause
means that you could come back to us.
next morning.
So that
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm so 2 chalk, 2 ashes, and 2 wax.
because we're just because look, we're gonna like head out and start moving towards Banard, and I think we don't want that.
Yeah, I would have
We'll be back
asked.
by
I
then.
would have asked Eleanor for like. Well, I guess there are fireplaces in here.
Yes, there's a fireplace in this room, and
Okay.
there's a fireplace burning. You would be able to find the ash and the wax easily.
Yeah, I just need like 1 candle and like
Yeah,
some
no,
from the
no,
fireplace.
Need a
there's stuff
candle
for
and some soot.
Yeah,
I do, however,
and then. Ah.
you fall asleep. And with that, we're going to take the break for the evening.
Oh,
And when we
That
come
works.
back,
I wish
we'll
I could.
find out exactly what the morning brings for Kadarin, because remember, this was last night,
Mm-hmm.
an afternoon, late afternoon.
That's right. Yeah.
So
That is correct.
we are going to take our break. You should stretch, refresh, do all of those things, whatever you need. We'll be back in about 8 minutes, and I probably will run the ad break, y'all, during the break. All right? See you in a bit, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye. Break. I'm
There
sure
we
it's
go.
fine.
God,
sure it's
The
fine.
answer is, welcome back, everybody.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, everybody. Hey. Welcome. We are back. We are here. We are going to pick up with our dear Cadarn.
Yeah.
Awakening the next morning.
Which is the morning that we woke up.
It is the morning that
after
you woke
some
up.
murder.
After and being introduced to a higher vampire. So now everybody's on the same page and on the same day. Cadarn, you are feeling much better. When you wake up, there is a tankard next to your bed.
Okay.
It does not have milk in it.
Uh,
It smells almost like spiced beers. There is also a very basic, almost plain set of clothes at the foot of the bed. And a water and wash basin on the bedside table, next to this tankard of beer that's been spiced.
I will start by washing myself.
Always a good choice, you know. Blood.
Yeah. And maybe taking a sip from the beer from time to time.
It's not heavily alcoholic, but it's mellow and spiced. Trying to like, it's not heavy, like a heavy ale. It's like somewhere between a lager and an ale. A light ale, I guess, might be. But not like a light ale like we think of today, but like a almost the weight of mead, but it's not mead, it's not sweet. It's spiced. You can definitely taste some ginger, some cardamom, a little bit of other spice notes in it. Peppers. Peppercorn, not peppers. It's
Down my gullet.
soothing, I guess? I don't know.
Beer first thing in the morning.
Beer, as I was told when I lived in Germany, beer is liquid bread, so it's really not a big
it
deal.
is. It is.
Particularly because this is a little closer to actual Egyptian beer and not what we think of as beer, because there's no hops in this.
The important part is that it is probably the first nice thing that I ingest in the past maybe 48 hours.
I mean, what was on the ship wasn't horrible.
Probably not.
I mean, it was.
But I wager
it wasn't great. It was serviceable. It wasn't great.
Yeah, that's it. Like this at least has like some sort of taste.
Yep.
But yeah, so it's first order of business getting bathed, then getting dressed, drinking at the same time. Did Eleanor leave me like a note or anything, or?
Nope.
Okay, so I will wander the house looking for two things. First of all, where is my stuff? That also includes my clothes.
The minute you open the door and start wandering around the second floor, you will hear a whistle from downstairs.
Then I will make my way downstairs. I assume the whistling comes from Eleanor.
Yeah, you can. She's back in that not quite study room, front room.
Mm-hmm.
Reclining. There's a book open. She's got her legs crossed at the knee, and there's a book that she's kind of loosely holding, and she raises an eyebrow as you walk in. It doesn't seem that she's... Roll awareness.
Aha, my stats are a lot better now. Aha, 7. Oh no, 20. Well, so
Look,
long,
we
17.
broke the 17 barrier. The book isn't necessarily a prop, but it's also not something that's really holding her attention. It's not something, it's there. She's not disturbed by it. She looks... And again, it's that same kind of very dressed down look. She hasn't put any effort into her appearance. Her hair is very simple and down, and, the long black curls are just kind of falling where they will. She looks a little tired.
Tired like I stayed up all night reading tired? Or tired like I might be sick and hiding something tired?
That you'd have to roll human perception on.
Sure.
Because your awareness is going to tell you the physical, what you see. You're determining what you see is the human perception.
19.
Which beats her passive deception by... barely. She does not look well. And it very much looks like she has been perhaps ill, perhaps injured. There's something that was physically wrong, but you don't see any visible wounds. You don't see, and doesn't look feverish.
Okay.
But it's not just she spent all night worrying about you and stayed up.
Okay. It really is. I'm not going to bring it up, but I'll keep an eye on her. And I think as we're talking, I'll try to get try to see with, my magical knowledge if she could be under like a wasting curse or, just general, I worry, but also if I can do something, Kadarin will. Otherwise, he knows a doctor. So yeah, come down, notice her with her legs crossed and everything. You called.
I assumed you wanted to actually talk this morning and not just, sneak around my house.
Fair point. I was looking for the privy.
It hasn't moved since the last time you were here. Oh, but perhaps you didn't spend a lot of time there.
Not really. But no, in all seriousness, I wanted to thank you for this, all of this. But I have questions. I have a lot of questions, cousin.
I figured. Maybe you're even old enough to know the answers. Alright.
Wow, geez, it only took like 80 years for me not to be treated like a child.
You're still a child to me.
Yep, there it is.
After you pass your second century, we'll have a different discussion.
Yeah, I'll finally learn about the birds and the bees, I guess.
You don't know about that, I cannot help you. I've heard about your exploits at that school that we sent.
Oh no, I mean I'm a beast at like sex. What I meant is I don't know shit about ecology.
Natural history. Obviously, that school was not as good as we should have hoped for.
Banard, what did you expect?
I was suggesting actual, perhaps, apprenticeship with someone of quality and standard.
Yeah, I don't do standard or quality. But I learned that at Banard, so I don't know if it's, nature versus nurture and all that.
Your father was the
jazz.
one who suggested that you go to school because it's the best in the continent.
It actually was. Until I burned it down. It should have burnt down.
I'm sorry. Rewind
I'm gonna have to
that
check.
sentence about you burnt down Bernard.
Huh?
You burned down Bernard.
What? No. I think your earring is a little bit,
You're down?
I don't know.
Don't
Eleanor.
lie to me.
Well, maybe in a few years when you're old enough, I shall give you the answer.
She will blink at you, and then she will give you the mom look. And I will roll intimidation against this. Mom look intimidation. Which she's a lot better at than 26.
Yeah, the school burnt down.
No. Rewind to that sentence where you said you burned Bernard.
Well, surely you are able to, I'll assume for a moment, that you can sense where the wild hunt is, or at least when it's close. I think you and I both have this
Yes.
capacity. I mean, before the whole rhyme and frust and all of that.
Sometimes more than others. They're a very distinctive group of people. They're
They are just fantastic beings. Cream of the crop. Should get to know them. Anyway,
I mean, I do. A lot.
you've probably noticed that they've been a little bit all around the continent lately.
Perhaps a bit.
That's thanks to yours truly.
Oh,
Um, you remember Brenna's wedding?
yes, I'm very aware of Brunner's wedding when I got, shortly after I got stabbed. Yep, move on.
Okay. Lady de Chalon was one of the nobles in attendance.
She never
Turns
made
out she
appearance. She was supposed to be the mother of the bride. I never saw her. Slightly shocking because usually she can't hold herself back from making a comment about my dress, and I then have to defend my seamstress for her against her gaudy nouveau riche taste.
You won't really have to anymore. She's missing her head. Again, yours truly. But
Why did
Lady
you...
de Chalon.
Wait. Kadan, this is me being concerned for you. How much are we going to have to run from guards that you have beheaded a noblewoman and burned down one of the, according to certain people, greatest school of learning magic on this continent?
We won't have to run from anyone so long as you don't repeat anything that I'm about to say or have said since last night. in fact, include last night in that. Anything I say, just don't repeat it.
I will
That
not
way you
repeat
won't have to
anything.
run. I might have to run because I realized I haven't told many people yet.
Finish the story.
There were no witnesses for Lady de Chalon's death. In fact, she was a vampire.
Of what
And
kind?
a Bruxa. And she
This explains so much.
sort of yeah, she mentally wrecked one of my friends and so deserved to die. I mean, not necessarily because she wrecked him, but that was part of it.
Well, of
The
course she
whole
deserved to
she's
die.
murdered people also. Yeah, parasitic creature. Anyway, Brenna and I killed her.
All right, very good. I'm proud of you.
But on her, she had a dagger. Or on her guard, I can't remember. The faces all blur after a certain kill count.
You would
Someone
know,
had a dagger.
You remember that it was on the guard because the guard had both.
Yeah,
dagger
I
and
know,
armor
but
gear.
Kadarin is just,
Bullshitting.
Kadarin is being Kadarin.
Yeah.
He is known to exaggerate facts.
Bullshit.
The dagger
artist.
apparently acted as a beacon, if you will. We weren't sure at first, but while Schnimide kept running after us.
Okay.
Also, saying their names is bad luck. Saying their names calls them. I've said their names already, so just warning you.
All right.
They would pursue us to the ends of the continent, so long as we had the dagger. So I took it upon myself to hide the dagger in a place where I was fairly certain the, let's say, tenant of that particular room would either give the wild thornberries a very hard time and die in the process, thus killing two birds with one stone, or decimate the wild hunt, which, again, killing, I don't know how many they are, 50 people with one stone?
Who is this perhaps individual? 50 is...
I don't know how many there are. I do not want to stay and count.
I mean, I know the numbers. If you wanted, I could give you very good details.
I would like that.
I might see. Alright, we'll come back to that point. Who is this charming individual for whom you thought to sick? What are you calling the wild storm?
We try to find clever ways to talk about them behind their backs, and so long as it starts with the word wild, I mean, we kind of know what we're talking about.
It would be so...
Who?
We'll come back to that. I promised you information.
Are you on a first name basis with the wild Schnimide? And I think Kadarin is gonna pull up a chair, like, as he says that.
She's still sitting in that couch, and she hasn't moved.
Yeah, no, he's pulling up a chair.
Mm-hmm.
Like, probably dragging a chair along the floor.
You could have just picked that up and not damaged my floor. Now there are scuff marks.
Well, I mean, I don't know where I was going with that. Anyway,
you were asking
someone
about
will
confirmations of things. Come back to
yes.
that when we talk about other stuff.
Anyway, it's another person we can't really say the name of because apparently everyone who's anyone on the continent has a way to know when we're talking about them, which is a spell I would really love to have, but also probably loathe because there's so many people that would curse my name. All that to say, I left it with someone. They didn't really know it at the time. But I left the dagger in the care of someone at Banard.
Hmm.
The Wild Hunt. The
What's
Wild Hunch. The Wild Hunch is what I said.
Uh-huh.
The Wild Hunch tracked the dagger to Banard, and I think they laid siege to the school. Took everyone by surprise, and
At this point, she will put the book to the side, stand up, and while she walks by you, she'll kind of like pat you on the shoulder, walk over to the sideboard, pull out a decanter. And this is not the wine decanter from earlier. It's a nice square ship's decanter. And she will pour. She'll pour, look back at you, pour a little bit more, and walk back with hand you one and sits herself down, and you can see that it's a very nice dark whiskey. Very pleasant. It is not the normal vodka that you would find in the north, but actual grain whiskey of a very dense caramel color. But instead of like, a 1 or a 2 finger pour, this is a 4 in this rocks glass.
yeah, okay. I'm okay with this.
So
I mean,
Just to-
drinking seems to be a family trait, so
avoiding our problems with self-medication, this is also a family trait. Certain other members of your family took it a little too far. So what are you calling them? The wild thornberries? You would be so offended.
yes, who would be offended? Because I would really love to know.
We'll come back to that. I'm just making sure I understand things. Let me see if I got this right. You sent an object that you know they could track to a school of magical humans.
Yeah, I mean, of all the people on the continent, who do you think could probably have, and now don't give me the same talk about the school and your opinion of it, I mean person or a very select group of people, who do you think would probably have a chance to either hurt them enough that they are weakened for a certain time and give up their search of me or you, or a person who, through their death, would make the lives of everyone very much better? Like massive improvement.
I can think of 4. 6, maybe? But the problem is, Kadeon, you're thinking about magic. I apparently did not prepare you well enough when I told you that they track magic and they like magic.
Oh, was kind of part of the deal. I wanted them to go there.
So you wanted them to kidnap and imprison and enslave all of the students of that school.
Well, you see, no.
Thank you. I'm glad you didn't want that.
No, the goal was for them to meet with one person. I did not think so. Yes, I did not think. I thought that this person would realize what I had done, and thus would have taken the dagger, and in doing so, sort of called the wild to him. I really cannot wait for the day where I can actually say proper nouns in peace.
Well, in this room, you should be able to say proper nouns in peace.
Good. I wanted them to murder Alzor.
Ah! And she'll like take a sip and lean back. He's like,
Evidently, I failed.
unfortunately, yes. Because using magic against them is... There's a reason I was not ever used magic. Yeah. why I hid and did not cast spells on my attention. Aside from the fact that they could track those of my persuasion who use magic, it's different. The usage of chaos on this planet and those who are taught on this continent, this plane of existence. They do not. Is this? I will not use his proper name because that he would be able to find. He has always been able to find that name. Let's call him Sparrowhawk. Defend him, but the name he learned was given to him by his enemies. He and the hunt that ride with him are enforcers, enslavers. They can control those with magic.
I do not appreciate that.
Neither do I. Aside from his other qualities, I avoid him extensively.
Yeah. And this Sparrowhawk, I wager, is the head of the snake.
He's a general, commander, leader of the hunt.
Dare I say, the way you speak of him, X?
It's complicated.
Let me just write X in my notes.
What?
Tell me he doesn't do all of this just to prove his worth to you to get you back.
No. He desires my... Our romantic relationship is long over and will probably never rekindled. He desires me back for my skills as a navigator.
I never took you for someone who operated ships.
Not that kind of navigation. I open doors. Between the
Yeah,
planes.
so can... Ah, okay. Thank you for clarifying.
And there are those of a similar skill set. It's a small group. The hunt needs us to open doors so that they can travel here and take what they want.
I didn't know that.
No,
But I mean,
they're probably not capable of opening the doors across the plains, but hunt takes slaves in their desire to fight to continue the war against Unicorn.
sorry, can you repeat that?
Would you like to see a unicorn? And what it
I
can do
would
to a
very
man?
much... I would not like to experience it, but I have never seen a unicorn. As far as I'm concerned, these things do not exist except in fairy tales and
She will
children's songs.
She will reach a hand out to you. Palm up. And just look at you, waiting.
I will poke her palm with my finger.
You need your hands.
and look very confused. Thank you. No, I'll give her my hand.
So this is gonna be fun.
Do we get like ripped apart if she fails her like portal check?
She's not gonna port. Well, yes, if she was portaling. Instead, she's tweaking a spell that you would know.
Which is?
Telepathy.
Oh.
With a 22, it doesn't matter. And instead of, and for a moment you're staring. She's staring you dead in the face, and around you the chairs and the two low couches, this coffee table, the room just fades away. You see green fields, rolling trees in the distance, but it looks pleasant. There's a light mist in the air, like a rain is about to start or has just ended. Sun kind of speckling through it. You hear sounds of horns. Battle. You hear the clash of a sword. Then, to your right and to your left, you see troops. Whole army of troops. Black, dark armor that's similar to that dark skeletal kind of faceplate mask that you've seen before. All taller than humans or elves on this continent. Taller than you by a good 4 or 5 inches. See them stand. Bows, swords, cavalry. And across from them you see horses. Or at least that's what you think they are. And then you realize there's a glint across each of their brows as you see this long, almost a meter long, pointed horn on each of them. They're wearing, some of them are wearing what looks like garlands or drapement across. You see their hooves look like almost steel as they kind of begin to pound and charge. And you see a clash of elves and unicorns. You see one of these elves, full plate armor, go to swing a heavy battle axe, and in the same moment, this unicorn with this meter-long horn, with this, which is the size, and the horse, you realize it must have been some distance away because these horses aren't like just simple horses. They look like destiers, war chargers, 18, 19, 20 hands at the shoulder, huge, muscled, powerful animals, if they were horses. But you see instead a glint of both intelligence and sapience, both sentience and sapience, in their eyes as they flash at you. And you see this elf with this battle axe become impaled through the side. The unicorn shakes his head and goes to stomp and shatter through this line. And then the image breaks and dissolves. Eleanor leans back, and I need you to roll awareness, please.
Mm-hmm. 22.
Oof. She is pale. Pallid, almost. There's a slight gleam of sweat right at the, just at the sides of her ears. You can just see the slightest racing of her heart, but she looks drained. Like this was not the best choice she could have made.
being an expert in bad choices,
Also in magic.
Kaderin will rush to Eleanor's side, and just sort of ask, because I get it. I take it she's still sitting in
Yeah,
the couch.
it's one of those, she had leaned forward and now she's kind of collapsed. Seated and aware, just she looks... You know that look of somebody who, how they look when they've been, like, food poisoning just after they've thrown up extensively? And
Yeah.
that look on, like, paleness and sweating, but not really, against her face.
Yeah, he throws himself to her side, and just asks, Eleanor, are you all right?
Fine, I'm fine.
You look like death.
Not yet.
I can take you to a doctor. What is... Okay, what was that? And now also, what's happening to you?
You wanted to see what a unicorn looked like. I showed you a unicorn.
Okay, yes, you did. Where were we?
Memory. Oh, I showed you my event.
Glad you weren't impaled.
Oh no, I was much further away at the time. Bolstering the army, casting spells to ensure the protections. The king would go on to then behead the leader of that particular unicorn band, and he has it stuffed and mounted over his throne.
That is horrible. Why did doing so made you look like death? Because this, it looks like you're completely dehydrated.
Remember how I said I wasn't using magic here for a reason?
I figured it was because you didn't want the wild hushmush to find you.
That's part of it. A large part of it. But the magic here is different. Our system. Channel it. But I have to force myself to act like, well, you. It doesn't go well.
Well, no one can act like me, aside from me. I'm kind of unique like that.
I meant a human born or an elf born here. Channels this place's magic. Those channels.
Well, okay. How much of it have you channeled since the last time we spoke?
That small bubble that we had, it showed certain things, and I needed to ensure my safety. I'm fine.
No, it's not. It looks like you're dying. And it looks like the next time you cast a spell, you'll be dead. And neither of us want that. Actually, if Brenna knows anything about where you are and the fact that you're still alive, if I tell her that you're alive and you die after, she will kill me for no other reason than I am related to you.
She would not kill you. She promised
she
to take
will.
care of you.
Yeah, right.
She did.
She was also created only for killing. Maybe by taking care of me, it will be the other, taking care of me. You don't know if she was figurative or literal. So
She's
let's
very,
avoid
very
this.
literal.
I know a doctor, a very good doctor. He can probably help. Maybe some poultice or potion or something can at least, I don't know, stave off whatever this is.
Oh, that can sound.
Well, yes. Contrary to popular belief, I do care about other people than myself.
I never thought you didn't care about other people.
They're just under me on the list of priority.
She'll flick you in the forehead.
Ow.
Ooh.
This is not good, and I'll explain to you why. If they find you again, what are you going to do? Crawl and vomit your way away? Because it looks like that's the only thing you can do right now.
She will go to stand up.
I get ready to catch her.
See how she does.
Well, never mind. She backflips away, apparently.
She doesn't. She doesn't backflip away. But she will stand up with perfect poise and turn and give you a court perfect bow. And offer you a hand as if to say, everything's fine. But if you're that concerned, I promise. Well, how are you going to get there?
Am I going to get where? To get you
Wherever
to a doctor?
Wherever you think you're going. You are the one who looked like shit yesterday.
And look at me. I am a beaming ray of joy today.
Well, that's one term for it.
The picture of health. I will, of course, teleport back there.
Mm-hmm. And can you get someone else through your teleport?
No. But I can let the doctor know. And he gives me something that I then bring back here.
Roll persuasion.
Is she human?
No!
Okay.
She's
Let
not
me
even
check.
elven of this continent.
I'm just gonna remove the bonus for a sec. 15.
It will make you happy. You know my door is always open to you. You're safe here. Whenever you want to
Not
come.
like I use doors, but I know what you mean. I'll be back with something.
Oh, good. So you don't have any other further questions.
Oh no, I do have a lot. I'm just closing this particular topic.
Alright.
And he's going to like guide her back to the couch. And he's gonna sit, on the chair across from her. If she does go back to the couch.
Yep.
And gonna steeple his fingers like this. Rest his elbows on his knees. Just look at Eleonora.
She leans back, crosses her legs again, picks up the drink, sips it, rests it on the edge of her knee.
So your boyfriend, was he any good in the sack?
Oh well, that's a level of personal conversation. Yes.
All right, I can't really insult him on that.
No, you really can't.
I'm looking for...
Days.
Don't need to know all the details.
You asked the question, darling. I'm more than happy. I promised you answers.
Then here's another question. It's just a general inquiry. Why?
What?
Why are they doing all of this? Why here? Why now? Why kidnapping people?
Because they've always kidnapped people. They bring them because they need a workforce that can be controlled and commanded.
But why? I mean, you do not. Because I take it requires a tremendous expenditure of magical energy, or at least a mastery of chaos that very few on this world have to cross the boundaries.
There's both a genetic and a predisposition to understanding how the boundaries work and knowing where they are weak and how to open the door and keep the door. It's a special
So we're
training. Mages, human mages can't do it. Those of our lineage. You might even be able to, depending if I trained you well enough.
Knowing that it would put a target on my back, I don't think I would want that.
Perhaps why you should be wearing, and she'll flick your ear again with that.
The
Hairpin.
brooch? The hairpin, yeah. I'm keeping this. I'm keeping this, right?
It's your set. It's too linked to you at the moment. I have to shuttle the account magic and cast it against myself.
Again, they need special genes, which are probably very rare on this part of whatever universe we're in. They expend so much time and energy and resources to come and kidnap fishermen and pig farmers.
They need fishermen and pig farmers to work the land and feed the army.
But you need to feed an army when the army has a purpose. And their purpose is?
Well, currently to defeat the unicorns and then expand outwards beyond their particular physical domain and into this one. Conquering. It's a long and respected.
But then, if they need such a tremendous labor force, that means they don't have it themselves. Their entire society crumbles if that was to happen, correct?
Well, who would want an ANL to actually farm? No. You have those who are mages who can provide support. You have those who are distinctive and can be navigators. Source of money.
But you'll never see one of them being a farmer.
I mean, there were a few, but no, there were always conquerors. And that's why you have a slave force.
That's why if we deprive them of this slave force,
Why I
it's
don't
going to
continue to open doors and I hide from them.
did you think it would be possible to prevent their navigators to come here? Or better yet, I doubt they have very many navigators. What happens if they were all to die?
Be complicated. Preferably not something like
Want to try?
oh.
Look at me, cousin. I am the master of bad decision, and this smells like a bad decision from miles away.
I don't have a desire to become that much of a kinslayer, cousin.
Yeah, I'm not really kin to them. You would just be accessory. And by that,
So
I
would
mean
you
you would
kin me
just
too?
give me information.
Who?
No, because I know you will not do it. You will not go back to them.
That's my hope. There's a reason I
Then-
run Kadown and don't try and fight them. They control those with magic.
Yeah, there's also this little problem that we're going to have to figure out. Because it also includes witchers. And witchers despite their very meager talents, they do have magic. And that means that if Brenna wants to fight your ex-boyfriend, she's gonna need to find a way to not be mind controlled.
Why is Brenna choosing to fight anyone?
You know what? I ask myself this question every single day.
Usually there's a very concrete answer. She's very good at giving you her reasons for desiring to kill someone. Sometimes it's just because she's getting paid. Sometimes it's because they've offended her. But she will tell you if you ask.
But she will kill him anyway. She will try to. You know that.
I'm pretty sure. Why would she want to?
I am fairly certain you know deep down the reason why she would do it.
No, I'm really not. She...
You don't think she cares about you in any way at all?
No, but I'm very concerned about why she thinks she would... What do you think? What does she think's happened that would cause her to desire to hunt down and murder the Wild Hunt when she knew and agreed that to protect you was to mean to keep you away from them? So please, explain to me what has happened that there's a reason why Brenna
Well, for one, she thinks you're dead.
Why does she think I'm...
Because until yesterday, everyone thought you were dead. That's kind of an issue when you go and hide, when you lay low, when you don't tell anyone. You have to assume
where
that...
I was going to hide. I didn't tell them where I was going to hide. I told them I was going to hide.
Yes, and then if I recall, my necklace shattered.
Roll human perception. And right now you'll get a +2. Because she is agitated and unwell.
Cool. Hey, group.
Yes.
Oh, some nice blessings we got.
Yeah.
I think you should use them. I'm a fan of that.
Use a couple of them.
Yeah, I'm gonna use 2 of them, and 1 of my own luck to bring the bonus to +5. To a meager 28.
Damn.
With a 28, you see
Like
her,
it's the...
You see her brief moment of her shifting as if she wanted, that muscle memory where she wants to grab at something right at her breastbone, but she doesn't. She doesn't complete the motion. And you can see a slight shake in her hand. And then you realize that that pallor that she had isn't just because of the magic she's casting. There's an injury that she's physically hiding. And she probably hasn't fully recovered from this injury. And then you take a second to look at what she's wearing again. And you realize between yesterday and today, nothing she's wearing inhibits the motion of her right or arm. And there's nothing like a corset on her at all. But she also doesn't seem to raise her right arm. You think back to every time she poured you a drink, every time she's seated. She's always been holding everything with her left hand.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask. Like, if nothing's holding up her right arm, is anything holding up her left? But okay, so she's just not using her right arm.
She's not using the right arm, but she's also, it's one of those, it's no restrictive clothing around that and no restrictive clothing around her chest.
Katharian is going to get up and poke her right here, right under the collarbone, where her, arm connects with the shoulder, with the shoulder
here?
connects to the torso. Yeah, just poke Does she wince?
She will do slightly more than that, unfortunately. She will slug you in the stomach.
With which arm?
Her left.
Is she left-handed or right-handed?
You've never actually seen her determination on that. But you've always seen her work equally well with both. But where she slugs you in the stomach, it's not enough to, like, it's not as much power as she usually does. I mean, you've known that she is, like, she is survived by herself as a traveling bard. She has some skill at physical ability, and she's trained, at least nominally, with Brenna. This is not like anyone would... It's enough to...
No, she's trying, but it's not...
No.
I'll just grab, like, after she slugs me in the chest, like, I'll grab her left wrist. I stop poking her. And I'll just, move her left arm, like, aside. You're dying. You're injured. And this thick-headed, headstrong thing you've got going on, I know it because we're related. I know our family's propensity for pride and for independence. But right now, I don't know what the fuck is going on under that blouse. But you're dying.
Oh. Dying.
You're wounded. Your arm probably doesn't even work right because you haven't been using it. And I'm starting to think that your whole wardrobe changed not because you wanted to hide and lay low, but because you cannot either wear or lace a corset yourself anymore. So how about you quit the bullshit? You've helped me. Now let me help you.
I'm supposed to be the one looking after you, huh?
Family looks after family. And right now, you've looked after me. I'm fine, honestly. That little chalk drawing did a fair bit of work. But you're in no shape to flee your ex-boyfriend if he comes knocking again. And don't...
If you want to be more specific.
Whatever he was,
I mean,
doesn't
technically
matter
we
when
were
he gets
married,
his
but
hand on
that's
you.
fine.
That's even worse. That is even worse. We are now related, him and I, through marriage. Which, wow, no. Does he know you're divorced?
Yes, I think he got...
Cool. You wouldn't have happened to gain 50% of the wild thornberries in the divorce, would you?
No.
I could really have done with a small army. Okay.
I mean, I don't...
Back to the matter at hand. If he comes knocking, you're dead. Worse, you're enslaved. And I think of all the people he's kidnapped over the centuries. You are going to be mistreated like none of the others have ever been. Because he has an emotional tie to you.
I guess anger is an emotion. Oh, what's wrong? Why I hide?
So, yes, but there's only so many places on the continent that you can hide. and only so many places you can hide using only your legs and no magic. Also, you chose Bruges. For all intents and purposes, this is probably the worst place to be in. I mean, this town lacks a proper tavern.
It is a mild inconvenience, but I have my own
You
hope.
could have hidden in Maribor. They have a very nice temple. They have healers there, you know. Very good ones.
And they're
Probably the best ones.
pretentious and obsessive, and they're always evangelizing and wanting to curse you and convert you.
You almost described me to a T until the very last thing, which meant you almost also described yourself.
I don't ever want to convert anyone.
No, the first 2 points.
Just
No, you're not pretentious. You're not, and I am not 3-time orgy master of Banard. But
I cannot confirm or deny
Let's-
that. I only know certain reports.
yeah, cool. You know about my sex life. I know about yours. Only fair.
Yours was shared by other people. Sorry to say.
Can we less about where I stuck my things and more about what stuck you? Can you show me what happened?
Of course. We're gonna cut away from that moment. Back to Brenna.
Make potions, make potions,
Go ahead and roll me
make
that
some
alchemy.
potions. Oh, certainly, I would love to make that alchemy check for you. Holy shit, I definitely succeeded on that potion.
Yeah, that's a 31. What were you
Yeah.
trying to make? Let's just assume that you'll make the top 3 items that you want to make. With the
Oh,
31.
wonderful. Well, I was trying to make, I believe, full moon? The one that gives you like 30 temp HP. Full
Yeah,
moon, yeah.
full moon.
Trying to make full moon and then 2 swallows.
Okay. You have a
Ju-
full moon and 2 swallows.
Just, because like we keep getting to fights and sometimes, and we're lacking a Kadern and an Ardsa right now. She's like, I might need healing. So yeah, full moon and 2 swallows. That's what she wanted to make. She spends the time, like an hour and a half, making some potions, and then she takes a very long, nice hot bath and gets ready for the day. She takes, if Yanto is paying attention at all whatsoever to the movements of his sister in the house, since it's just the 2 of them and some unconscious people or sleeping people, she takes an extra long time getting ready today. And she comes out looking like she put in a lot of effort into her appearance. Like her hair is braided. She's got the usual crown braid, but then the rest of the braid is down. She's wearing a very nice dress. She's got in some jewelry. She's got some like dangly earrings. She's probably wearing not her usual boots. She's probably wearing some cute shoes. They're not like ladies' shoes still. They're not like, oh, look at this delicate heel that you can't run in. It's still like a functional shoe, but it's not as high cut. It's a lower cut shoe, like a low cut boot.
A booty.
Yes, basically. She
I
looks
have been-
really nice today.
I've been searching the grounds for clues, indications, because we had like a duo home invasion, probably, maybe even a trio home invasion. One doesn't know how many people came into that house, who've been in and out. And so before talking to anybody, it was like a bit of a, searching around the grounds while she was potioning,
Alchemying. Yeah.
alchemying. I was searching about.
She looked like she was on a roll in that alchemy lab, like mix. Bunsen burner here, Bunsen burner there.
I noticed that, like, I don't got any allspice. That's terrible. Now we're gonna do.
The only thing I really needed was I need a little extra of this component. You allspice in your
So-
cabinet.
Yes.
Let's go back to a question.
Yes.
You are looking around the house. Roll me what is
And the grounds.
and the grounds. What is it? It's
Awareness.
no. There. Don't you have a particular?
No. Chase the areas for me to find places to hide. Because there's a lot of hiding, you know. There's a lot of hiding. That's what there is.
Roll. We're gonna tweak this. We're
Should
gonna
be
use
perception, right?
we're
awareness?
gonna use it's awareness. We're gonna use awareness, and I'm gonna give you a +2 because you know this building, right?
Yeah.
And this is a place where you have gone to ground and you have cased it before, so you can get a +2 on this awareness because you.
Just in case, you know, are things not where they're supposed to be? 18.
18.
One more than the 17?
We're beating that 17. But as you look around, you'll notice, first off, there was no forced entry. No picked locks, no broken windows, nobody even hammered out the pins in a hinge to open it. The door was opened and people were let in because they approached in a manner that was unthreatening.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think this is probably what he's like, you know, he's doing his, you know, checking about probably when Brenna finishes her alchemying.
The house is secure, and you will realize that all of your security measures are in place.
That's bad.
But then you realize that the two people who approached, who were dead, must have come through the front door.
Yeah.
And were
as
let
did
in.
as did someone else who killed them. As did the vampire. Who knows what vampire? Who knows?
No,
that
the
vampire?
vampire you knew was let in.
Yes, but wait, I don't know. The vampire was trying to kill Arts at the moment.
You knew that the vampire came in the house when you were in the house.
No, I came into the house and the vampire was already trying to kill Arts.
Yeah. We teleported.
Yes, I'm sorry. When you got there, he was in the house. The vampire getting in the house was a separate thing, and I'm sorry, I misspoke.
We don't know how the vampire got in the house, nor do we think we could prevent it. So he's concerned about the other 3 people.
Yeah, well, but more like, I mean, for all we know, they all came in the front door. It's really unclear. However, none of that is comforting because there were because the vampire said that he did not kill those people. Somebody did, and it was not my servants.
It wasn't him.
So we have at least 3 groups
not your
of people.
servants that you know. You haven't asked them yet.
My servants do not have the strength to snap people's necks. It's like a butler and a maid. Do you know what I'm saying?
I mean, they have the physical strength. They don't have the capability of doing it without making it obvious.
Yeah.
I see.
I mean, don't rag on your single maid who's doing all of your laundry.
Oh no, she's amazing.
She has got the
got the strength to do it.
She's got the strength to do it. She just doesn't know how. You know, she might be able to wring a chicken.
Yeah.
But
ringing necks is just like ringing chickens. You just grab them up and spin them. It's fine.
Yeah, but you're not gonna. But that's gonna be real obvious. That's not.
Also, these clearly seem to be like people who have fighting skills who are dead, and
yeah. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. Yeah.
But
it takes an extra long time getting ready.
Yeah.
Her.
So he sees you and he looks you up and down. I thought you said you weren't going to go outside today.
I'm not.
That's going outside clothing.
I'm just practicing being a lady, wearing ladies' clothes, looking nice.
You never do that.
I'm doing it today since I'm not going anywhere.
Nah, that makes no sense. If you're not going nowhere, you especially wouldn't be dressed like that. That's the sort of thing you dress up as you're going out to do something, you know? You're not going to... All right, I thought we had this whole conversation about maybe not going out and doing things. Like
I'm not leaving the house today.
Then why are you dressed like that?
I wanted to look nice today.
All right, so I feel like what's going on is you said to me that you wouldn't go out, and now I'm walking around and I see you, and it's very clear to me that you're going to go out. So, like,
I'm not going to leave the house today. I told you I wasn't going to leave the house today. I'm not leaving the house today.
except that you're dressed up as you're going to leave the house. You know, I feel like
just felt like I just wanted to look nice today, dress up, practice wearing all this jewelry and these shoes.
that's
I mean, do I not look good?
What's going on?
This is me smiling. Brenna's not smiling. What do you mean? What's going on?
Well, we've got a couple of things
You
going
also
on.
didn't answer the question if I looked good or not. So now
Yeah, I'm going to withhold the answer to that question until you give me the answer to my question. One or two things are going on. Either I say to you, as your big brother, and somebody cares about you, I don't want you going outside, and you're like, yeah, and you just lie to me, to me face, right?
We can hang out in your study all afternoon and read books, if that's what you want to do.
Can I finish the either or?
Fine.
Either I asked you not to go out because it's dangerous, I'm very concerned, and you're like, yeah, and then you lie to me and you get yourself all dressed up so you could go out and be like Countess von Velden out in the streets, just like I told you not to. Or something else is going on, because this ain't how we are. I've seen you dress like this, like when we're at the wedding, and that's about it. You just don't do this.
A couple of days around the house. It sounds
nah.
Yeah.
So
there was a couple days she dressed up nice around the manor, and the days following the wedding,
Yeah, but that's when she had business.
Yeah.
So
I will follow you around the house all day. I am not planning on leaving.
Yeah, so that's where we get the either or, right? Either you're lying to me face and making a monkey out of me, or something else is going on.
Terrible at lying. You know this.
Yeah, I know, obviously. So since we're going to assume he's not lying to me, that you're not planning on just like taking a mickey and just walking out of here. So why is he dressed up like that?
I wanted to look nice today.
Nope.
I wanted to dress up. I wanted to put on these clothes and look really nice.
Yeah. For what reason?
Do I need a reason to want to dress up and look nice?
Yep. Yes, you do.
Do I though?
Yes,
Can't I just want to look pretty today?
Well, some people do that, but that's not you though, is it?
Well, maybe I just finally feel comfortable enough around the group now that not everyone's here that I can just want to feel pretty some days.
You don't feel comfortable around me.
Very convincing.
The one of us that you feel comfortable around with is Arzo, not me. So that would make sense if it's just you and Arzo hanging out, but it's not, is it?
More like Kadan isn't here.
Nah. Look, here's the thing, yeah? Try to be real straightforward with you, not lie to you, be very upfront.
I've not lied to you.
Brenna, you keep interrupting me. I'm trying to tell you, I'm upfront with you. I'm not doing the things I do. I'm not poking in your mind and all that business. So I just want you to tell me what's up. Because,
I felt like since we're in this nice fancy house that I should look nice, and I'm being Lady Brenna von Vedler, here in town, that if someone came by the house today, I would look nice and like a lady.
The only people coming around this house would be assassins, because we're not officially here, because we're laying low.
We are laying low, but the carriage did enter the city and then enter this house, so.
No, we parked outside because I wanted to go see what's up first, and then there was an assassination attempt. It's supposed to be down secret.
But if someone comes by today, maybe I just wanted to
Who would be coming by today?
But, also maybe if he thinks that he forgot something.
That makes no sense to me why you dress up nice for Arzo. You never have done. And Arzo doesn't like that fancy stuff anyway.
You hear the door knocking. There's someone knocking at the door.
Shh.
Go answer it. I'm dressed very nicely.
You should hide. Be somewhere close so that if it's an assassin,
She's still got her sword on, by the way. She's dressed like a very nice lady.
With a sword.
He's
A
like,
nice lady with a sword.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, right there, over there, there's a little bit of an like in the hallway. There's a
He
little bit of
just
strength.
pulls a sword and then is
Right
gonna
there.
just melt into a shadow.
There's like a.
maybe.
I imagine these got the halls that are kind of like weird angles, so you could have somebody standing.
She just
at one-
goes, shink, and then.
And Yanto goes up to the front door because his servants are probably still unconscious at this point in time, so he has to open the door himself. He prepares to dodge a blow dart as he opens the door.
There is no blow dart. There is a very nicely appointed woman, tall for a human. Long, dark hair, curls, dark eyes. Dressed appropriately for day wear, but Yanto, you recognize her.
Hmm.
She's Siobhan. She works at the Bells.
Yes.
She's a very high-end.
Oh, I would say dress for day wear when you mentioned that. Yanto would have noticed Brenna's not dressed for day wear.
Yeah, that's why it's all weird.
It's
I
night
don't-
wear. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't-
It's evening wear? No. This is a nice day dress that isn't showing off anything that, a courtesan that would work at the Bells would usually be hired in. But you also know that Siobhan picks and chooses her own clients, and she doesn't have to work if she doesn't want to.
Yeah.
No, it seemed like Brenna hired a prostitute.
No, because I don't think Brenna would know her. That doesn't make any sense. And he goes, bonjour, mademoiselle. To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? Would you like, forgive me, there's been a bit of a trouble in the house, but I can welcome you in and pour you something to drink myself.
Merci, monsieur. I have a small concern I wish to address with you. A petit problem of business associates.
Of course, come. And he just like pokes his, like, as she's coming in, he looks outside, as one does.
You can roll awareness.
I will. Just to see what the street is like. Does he have practice paranoia? He does.
And Brenna's sitting in the shadow
19.
like, I guess I'm not supposed to kill her. Maybe.
19.
There is nothing out of the ordinary.
How do the streets look?
I mean, by this time of day, it's busy afternoon, but you're in a more residential area of the city. Not the high-end residential area, but, like a step above middle-class residential, up-and-coming.
Yeah.
So there are a couple people out, but most of them are either people who are walking on promenade, of the people that are locals who are, trying to be seen, or a couple tradesmen making deliveries, but not to your around in the area. But nothing.
Nothing's on fire.
Nothing's on fire, and nothing is pinging your practice paranoia.
Good. Just want to, just. And he will escort Siobhan to the parlor. If you'll excuse me, I will be having to serve drinks myself. What would you like?
She smiles for a moment and glances around the room and makes a gesture with her left hand. Could you please, where there's like a couple skills that I want this game to have that they don't quite have. No, roll streetwise. This is roll streetwise on this one.
22.
She makes a gesture that you recognize as a criminal gesture that is it safe to talk here?
And he smiles and he gives like just a very slight gesture which says basically yes, but in 1 second. It's that kind of like let me, right? And he says, wine?
Of course,
something,
monsieur. Wine is always best.
He'll be second, one moment, and he's going to walk back out of the parlor past Brenna, and he'll sort of gesture for Brenna to come with, but quietly, as they head towards.
It's like, do I do the setup then? And so she doesn't quite sheath the sword, but will stay in stealth and follow.
And he'll head over to, I suppose, the kitchen area. And
It's not raised, but it's still ready.
and he'll sort of pull out a bottle of a good bottle of wine, one that I think that Siobhan would appreciate, because it's like one of those kind of bottles of wine that you're like, I got this from a mark. That kind of bottle of wine, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
and
like I'm not showing off what I spent. I'm showing off what my marks were. Yeah.
Yes, right. It's that kind of one. It's like a special
Look what's
bottle.
been gifted to me.
But it's that special bottle of wine that not the one like, oh, how fancy. I'm like, oh no, look what I got, right? And it's probably one of those things you're like, oh, you probably got this from so and so. And he'll get that. And he's like, all right, you maybe make yourself scarce. Do not overhear this conversation. It might be business, yeah.
Why not?
Business,
I know what you do for your business.
right? Maybe you should talk to me servants, eh? Ooh, maybe you shouldn't talk to anybody. Ooh. Hey, you know what though? He's
What do you want to be
Richard.
to stay in the house?
I do, but me servants are upstairs. Why don't you go talk to him and find out what happened?
Fine.
Yeah? Ask him what
Sure.
happened. They saw who attacked him, that sort of thing.
I still haven't answered if I look nice or not.
Yeah,
Just
I
turn
know.
around.
Because you haven't told me why you're looking so
She'll walk
nice.
up the stairs.
You don't get, I'm not going to say, especially what you might do to fix it. And he walks out back towards the parlor.
And then she pauses and like looks over her shoulder, like there's something to fix. Like wishes desperately there was someone else in this house.
Information for information. He walks back.
Wanted to look nice in case there was guests, and look this guest. It's not a lie. It's not pinging on your LiDAR.
He's not checking because he doesn't check on his
You
with
would
his
know
family.
if she was lying. Like she's that bad.
Yeah, but
You've known every
it's-
other time.
It's fishy. It's fishy.
She
There's
is
some-
acting a little weird.
She is acting a little weird, obviously.
Mhm.
And he just wants her to come clean.
Flustered, even.
Yeah, it's pretty weird. He's gonna find out because he's not gonna
Weird.
give her the information that she wants to know.
Yeah, it's like
So,
he
yeah.
could never figure it out if he thought about it for 10 seconds.
He does not practice his skills on his compatriots.
She'll go upstairs and talk to the servants, and the servants are not gonna be thrilled about it.
Be nice.
She's not gonna be mean. She's
Good.
just not a gentle person.
No, she's not. She has not got a bedside manner at all.
She does, but she's probably as good at investigating crimes. So I feel like she.
There was 2 corpses in the hallway last night. What do you know about this?
We'll come back to that conversation because I want to know everything about that conversation. We're gonna go follow Yanto as he goes back into the parlor where Siobhan is still seated where she was and smiles at you as you bring.
Places the glasses and he pours and he sits and he shuts the door. And he goes, "Yes, we may talk. So, business."
With a guest.
All right. Uh-huh. It was yesterday. Then I imagine it was a dwarf.
Pleasant individual. Very, very good hand.
May I ask? Well,
No, it wasn't that kind of business. I do appreciate
no. I suppose my question is, I don't want to break confidentiality, but why?
Why did he come see me, or why am I here about it?
No, why did he come see you? You can be vague. That seems unwise.
Why do most
Not to visit you, of course, but running about visiting people in general, perhaps not the best.
No, he needed money. So he spends the day working with the brothers. It's a little impressive when a gentleman can 2,000 gold worth of product in an afternoon.
Why did he need money? I would
What
ask
I'm-
myself, but he's gone on a walkabout.
Yes, I believe that is why he needed the money. He shows the payment of Lohengrin. You know, standard. Man is very good at his job, and he does not cheat those who hire him.
Hmm.
But that's not why I came.
All right. Why so?
So those who attempted about him, find out some. He didn't give any away. He didn't say anything. He didn't spend time with. And then he came. Which wouldn't have been a problem. And the brothers, well, you know them. They're not going to mess up business.
Hmm.
They didn't. They paid in advance. They're not going to go off after something that, well, might harm their future business prospects.
A golden goose.
Exactly. Hour, 2 after he left here, someone showed up front door. I wish to make an apology. I was unaware that there was an infiltration establishment. Somebody gave him this an information that was give. Shared who attended.
We had a bit of murder last night in this place.
Sorry. In your floor.
Well, carpets can be replaced. There's a nice rug. There were multiple guests last night, and I don't know who all of them were.
None of them were locals.
Hmm.
People who are asking weren't local.
Information seems to be getting about really quickly.
That was my concern. So I did some examination, you might say.
Hmm.
There was a large influx of Dwarven coin last month. Very odd, you know, usually Beauclair, we don't see that much money.
I got word that in the places where we frequent, people have been asking for particular dwarves with a description if they were seen.
But the description
Now,
doesn't match the name.
It does not. It does not at all. But more importantly, we had some foreign guests who might be a bit distressing. And my friend has only been here for like 1 day. Information got out of the city real quick, which makes me think people with abilities to, well, somebody wants information really badly, has the ability to get it pretty far afield real fast, and that's a bit distressing.
Don't think they were spying on you. Well, at least not magic.
No, I mean more like somebody's like, if you see this, I need contact real fast, and blah blah blah, right? So that feels like
That's why I came to apologize. The individual who is no longer among my employees, he's living. I won't maintain my discretion at my door, then you do not deserve to maintain employment. Decide to do so for such class reasons as money based on what I pay.
well, that's disrespectful, isn't it?
It's very disrespectful.
But the question is, between you and I, we've got, well, people who are not, people from out of town got here real quick, but also, I don't know how to say this. I don't know. Seems like we had a bit of a, let's say like a vampire show up at this house from out of town, and that's real fast, and that makes me very uncomfortable. Luckily, only some people are dead, and not everybody, so that's nice.
She's She does that blink of someone who is a high-level courtesan who's been involved in this kind of business for a long period of time, which is about the amount of shock that she's allowing herself to show.
Yeah. So, as you might understand, my concern, yes, right? But that word could get out so quickly and then come back makes me worried that there's some sort of courier of information that we don't know about. Not just your person. They told somebody
No,
was able to
that's
get
why I
information
was
out.
coming to share some small gift. Apparently there are many birds in Beauclair that don't belong.
Hmm.
The Deschalons seem to have a large flock of them.
Interesting. May I ask you a question? The Deschalons, elder and younger?
The daughter and the mother?
Hmm. When have you seen them last?
And they left for that wedding. Martina, the daughter to marry the son of Count, I believe.
Hmm. And I've not heard of them coming back. Have you?
No.
So, if they're not back, but they've got birds about, who's the running the coop at the moment? Do you know?
Son hasn't been seen in years. Don't know who coop. Lights are on. Someone's paying attention.
Yeah, because as far as I know, and between you and me, professional courtesy, they shouldn't be coming back, and if they do, it's probably not good.
Indeed. Oh. But
I would be suspicious if the daughter or the mother show up. Quite suspicious, actually. Especially the mother. That should not be happening. And if it does, it's, I might go the other way, you know?
right.
So that makes me a little bit worried. There's a bit of, I don't know, things above you and my pay grade, a bit above that. Going about, try to skirt around that myself, but sort of large, powerful forces at work doing things I don't need to know about. But that means that estate's probably not worth the trouble at the moment until it's cleared out and I don't know who's in there, you know?
Spread the word. There are some who will make sure that they on the watch but not touched.
Yeah.
And I want to ensure you that for our side, this place is safe.
All right. There's been some I'm trying to figure out who my guest number 2 was. Somebody murdered my first set of intruders, but who wasn't my third intruder. It's been a long night.
Any professional skills? Be able to description, perhaps?
Well, I've got 2, I'd say probably assassins came in, by the looks of it. Nondescript clothing, some sort of tattoo. By the way, I would have looked at those bodies in my round to see if I saw the tattoo or not, because especially if it's illusory.
You saw exactly what
Descriptions matched.
the descriptions matched exactly what Brenna saw. And again, it looks like a brand and it should be raised, but when you run your hand around it, it's not.
Yeah. So a bit of assassins come in, dead, killed, neck snapped. But these fellas are 2 of them, trained clearly in skulking and fighting. Whoever did it, or whoever's did it, were able to take somebody out with precision, not messy, snap the necks. People who are trained to fight without raising too much of an alarm, and that person or persons not here. vampire was here, but the vampire didn't do it. Vampire was having tea or something. You know, that's
Well, I figure that the vampire, if he tells me he didn't kill someone, probably
didn't.
I mean, I don't think they're the type of individuals to deny if they kill.
It's my sense as well. I figure if they kill someone, they're probably all right with it. So somebody came in the middle and killed those assassins. Probably took their
Professional,
weapons.
Quiet.
Yeah.
So they snapped the neck.
Yep. 2.
Check. Second kill.
Yes. And what I'd say is, again, for me, it's a bit about timing, right?
Mm.
If I'm so sorry to hear about your, lack of employment. It's difficult that way, but sometimes people have got to be let go.
Yes, it's just not standards. If you're going to work management, you have to.
Indeed, probably need a bit of an haircut. So word gets out here and there. My understanding as well, I'm thinking that word went out to a couple of different people, as far as I can guess. So multiple birds went out to multiple places. Somebody else came in, killed those first set of assassins, which means somebody else heard about it, saw it, was looking about, and I have to say this place has been shut down a bit. I've been gone for a while. So somebody's got eyes open, but I don't know who, because they haven't contacted me.
Definitely my ear out. I have thoughts, but I need.
Yeah. Well, couple things you should probably know. Be careful. There's we're in Beauclair, so it's a bit tricky. Up north, there's been some trouble with business.
I heard about the name. It's been resecured. But...
Yeah, I would. If you've got people you care about, I wouldn't have them anywhere near there. Would be my.
I might even actually change the mind. It's under protection now.
Yeah, here's the thing. I don't know who's protecting it, but I know who's out to get it.
A young mage out of Kagan. He said it belonged to his husband. And he wanted to protect his husband's.
Yeah, here's the thing. There's a much bigger mage that's out there with some sort of, well, has a bit of a werewolf problem, let's put it that way. And I'd be a bit wary. And look, this is something that's a bit more your speed and a bit your area of expertise. My investigations show that whatever's going on up there north has got roots down here in Beauclair. There was guards being told to look the other way, but not by the people up there, but by people down here. So it looks like there's some sort of perhaps larger corruption. Uncertain all the details, but it's a bit worrisome that important guards over here telling guards over there to not do this job so much. So it seems to me like there's something large that's going on that also hits a bit of the government over here. So I'd just be wary.
I would be very concerned and take your advice on.
Yeah, I don't want you and your establishment get any trouble. So far, I think it should be fine. We don't got any big connections, but something's off here in Tucson, and I just want to make sure everybody that works where we work are safe, because it's bad for business, and nobody else looks out for us anyway. So we got to look out for each other.
I agree with all of that.
And I know you've got good clients, so just be aware.
right?
If you hear anything, I'll let you know. If I hear anything, I'll let you know. Made Jetta Kagan interesting.
I'm going to let Sauda concern spreading.
Yeah, when Beauclair tells Bellhaven guards, it's a bit worrisome. It's all about kidnapping of nobles, actually.
Well, I'll let Sauda know. She'll spread the word in Haven. Perhaps she might put an ear to her ground.
Yeah, I'll be checking some of my spots. Probably not today, but tomorrow, just to see what I've got. Messages waiting for me and all. But let me ask this: how's business?
Booming.
Good. Yeah.
Secure and recently undisturbed.
Interesting.
I have heard rumors of disturbances outside of Beauclair. Bellhaven, there is a my businesses, both of them.
I got a question for you, actually. You know things. I've not been here for a bit. Was there any disturbance at the Beauclair estate, let's say, let me think, about a week ago or so?
Beauclair or Dechelon?
The Dechelon estate is in Beauclair.
No, you just said the Beauclair estate, so I was trying to figure out.
Oh, sorry, yeah, the Dechelon. Yeah. Because it was about a week since Eleanor left, right? Teleported out? Because we had to travel all that way.
2 weeks.
2 weeks?
Because it was a week on, you did a week on the ferry.
Yeah, that's right.
And then it was a week to get to the ferry.
Right. Yeah, about 2 weeks ago, the Dechelon estate, I'd say about 2 weeks ago, any sort of explosive or unsubtle happenings?
An increase in shopping.
An increase in shopping?
Started buying perhaps a few.
This was after they left everything, after the ladies are gone.
But the house started lighting up. I thought perhaps the son had finally come home, but he hasn't. It's the servants and that steward of theirs, you know, the creepy one with the tea.
Oh yeah. I saw him as I was, promenading before. That's strange, but no.
Doesn't participate
violence.
he doesn't visit any of the houses in Clare, so.
No, I saw him as a
Of mine.
businessman. No, I saw him as a.
Let's go to. What sort of man doesn't take part in any sort of boring? Who isn't?
Or at least entertainment,
He has no lover, no mistress, no spouse.
I wonder, considering what I've seen.
Or perhaps he was, Madame Deschalon's lover, but she did not bring with her, so.
Yeah. Got some questions about that. Did you ever notice any difference or changes in Madame Deschalon?
Became more reclusive after the son disappeared 3 years ago. When she started pushing the daughter viable. Well, I thought as perhaps she needed this. She believed her son had died. The son had died, and that she needed to arrange a good marriage for her daughter to have some control over the estate. A second son could perhaps take the family name. Therefore.
Yeah. I think that she was probably murdered some time ago, replaced with.
Very good. Skies then. Seen her up close.
It's possible. I mean, from my understanding, she was a bit of a what do you call it? And I don't mean this as like slang to insult or anything like that, but like actually literally a Brookser, or at least it was a Brookser pretending to be a.
I'm much more informed about these things than I am.
Unfortunately, I wish I weren't. I don't know how long that Brookser, I don't know about that relationship, how long that was, but there was certainly one that was being at that wedding, so yeah, I suspect it. She couldn't have been always a Brookser, though.
No, that was definitely not.
No, and
I remember her presentation.
yeah, and I think there was a kidnapping. She was kidnapped, I think, at one point in time.
Lady Witcher saved her, brought her back.
Yeah, and I figured if that Witcher saved her and she was a Brookser, possible the Witcher might have noticed.
Would have noticed, yes.
Yes, unless she had some sort of means to hide that. But point being, one point in time she weren't, but she definitely were, a couple of weeks ago. So I'd note that, and that brings you any kind of dots to connect. But that says to me, I don't know what's up with that steward, but if Lady Deshalon were a Brookser, then I don't know what else has happened in that estate, yeah? That's why I said be a little bit wary.
I'll make sure that the appropriate conversations are.
Yeah. If you need any help, sort of more dangerous help, not me personally, but I've got some connections with some of those who make some, some magic. I know a Witcher or two. So let me know, but be careful about that estate. If you hear anything, nothing, no risks.
I will let you know. I'm not. When have you never known me to risk?
Never. That's what I like about you. Oh, by the way, one moment. Just will you wait right here?
Not going anywhere. The wine is
All
too
right,
good. And
thank
she'll
you.
take a sip.
It's good, yeah?
Who'd you con this off of?
All right. So this is it's actually really funny. It was the son and daughter twins of a minor nobleman that was traveling through here. And they were from Redania, I think. And it was a whole sort of bet about who could impress me most, because I was playing very hard to get this time. And actually, the daughter got this one. I thought so too. It was fun though. All right, but I got some for you.
All right.
And he goes off, making sure there's no screaming upstairs.
Yeah. Meanwhile, upstairs, door gets kicked open.
We're going to transition. That's a great transition. Thank you. Meanwhile, upstairs, in the servants' quarters, which are in the attic.
I
Kick
should
in
make
the door.
Quick.
The housekeeper, lady's maid, cook, and a butler. She's one person, and then there's the butler who's also a valet and can caretaker. The two of them are a married couple. And they've been the servants in this house for a while. They're sitting up and are dressed, but it's very much there is no deception when you look at them and you realize, oh no, these are people who got hit over the head and are dealing with a morning after concussion.
Yes. And she's terrible with people, which is part of the reason why she kicked open the door and said, all right, let's make this quick, because then they'll hopefully just spew everything that they know, and then she'll be done with it.
How can we help you, madame?
Hello, I am a Witcher. My name is Brenna, and I've been hired to find out what happened last night. There was 2 bodies in the hallway. What do you know about this?
I guess I'd been informed about the bodies, and she will look at her husband and then kind of turn to you and go, there were 2 people at the door who were asking for the master. Had a letter of introduction that he was expected. We hadn't seen him, but he travels so extensively, it was possible that he would be returning.
She just nods, not
so-
in understanding. She just nods because that's what you're supposed to do in the situation.
So we
Emotionless nodding.
So I had opened the door and I turned, and I don't remember what happened after that. And her husband turns and says, "They hit you over the head with a bucket, I think, or something with heavy, and you fell. I ran to help and try and push them out." And you realize, you look at this guy and you go, he's in his 40s for a human. He's not unfit because
he doesn't like work out.
Yeah,
doesn't
I mean, it's
train.
like he does physical labor,
Manual
in-house.
labor, but he's not like, let me
No.
train to maintain peak physical condition. Yeah,
No, and he's
not
also
a warrior.
obviously not trained in any sort of defense, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
at most he was going to try and push these people out the door and relock the door.
Mm-hmm.
But then,
They assaulted you
yes,
at the doorway.
yes, in the vestibule, or the front
Mhm.
door.
And then what happened?
I don't. Then they knocked me unconscious.
You stayed unconscious until you woke up in here.
There was a brief sound of screaming once.
Mm-hmm.
I think I recall eyes glowing in the dark.
Mm-hmm. Can you describe these two people who brought the letter? And do you have the letter? What did get put?
It was and you see her start to like pat through her things because she had it when she opened the door.
Yes, she's not sure if it was taken off of her.
Yeah.
By these two people who assaulted them apparently, or the third mysterious party.
She starts to pat and she'll like go into her pocket and you know she'll find she will hand you what looks like an envelope that's been opened.
Okay, Bren will take it. She's just gonna give it to Yanto. It's fine. Could you describe the two individuals who are at the door, just to see if they match the description of the two dead people downstairs, or if it was one of them was different?
No, she describes exactly the two people that are downstairs.
Right. She's like, that's interesting because we found the bodies on the second floor.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't say that to them. She doesn't need to freak them out. Detlef said that he got the two servants, though.
That he moved them.
He moved them. Okay. He moved them.
What
Interesting.
What he literally said is he took care of the two servants.
Ah, okay. He took care of the two servants. He moved them upstairs. And the other two guys got murdered upstairs as well, or got moved there. And then we don't know who the mysterious third. We still know who the mysterious third person is.
The only description the butler can give you is that he saw glowing eyes.
She's like, that's Detlef. Probably. Although maybe not. What color eyes?
Yellow.
Does that check out? Because she did see Detlef at night last night.
Detlef doesn't have yellow eyes.
Okay, she go. Witchers have yellow eyes. She doesn't say that out loud, but she thinks it to herself. Thank you very much. You should get some rest and take it easy today. Also, and she turns to the woman, how do I look? Do I look nice?
You look stunning, madame. Who said you did not?
Thank you. Certain people wouldn't give me an answer, so it's the master of the house.
He just does not know how to compliment a woman of your stature. You are gorgeous, madame.
Thank you. She goes a little better. and then she'll go to leave, turn her over her shoulder. Nothing that needs fixing.
No. You are perfect.
Thank you. And then closes the door with the letter and like starts going back downstairs or whatever. She's like, I don't need him to tell me that I look nice and made that I look nice, whatever.
Yes, this slightly older French woman, you know.
Yes.
You're absolutely gorgeous. You're fine.
I'm fine. She's like, I have some affirmation in my life. I'm good. And she'll go back down the stairs.
You'll find Yanto doing what?
Back with a small bottle of perfume. I'm gonna finish up. my
I'm done.
business. Oh, well, that. Go check on me, Dad. Yeah.
I'm not a nursemaid.
No, but she's,
You need me to interrogate him too?
No, just
just
check in on him.
just goes and turns around. And
No, just. Also had a thought.
he's a little huffy. She went from flustered to flustered and huffy.
Yada comes back to Siobhan. All right, I got this perfume. I have a special alchemist. And this is like, because one of the things
is this perfume or perfume?
This actually is perfume, because Yanto gets two things from Ardzo. Fistek, but also
perfume and perfume.
Yes, both, actually both, right? Because Arzo is actually very good at making perfume and colognes, and so he has a bottle that he's brought with him. He goes, perfume from my special source. Also, I would like to test something, and I'm wondering if you might look at a dead body for me.
All right. And she'll take the perfume. It's like there's this long pause. It's not the weirdest thing she's ever been asked to do.
Yeah. Look at a dead body for me. Yeah.
He takes her to the stables where the two dead people are. He goes, this is them, by the way. But what I'm interested in is, do you see anything on their wrists?
And she'll bend over and kind of lean over and look at them. And on the one who has that brand, she'll point out the brand. It's looks like a small drop and with some.
All right, good. That makes me feel much better. If you touch it, you'll notice it's probably an illusion.
No, well, it looks like it's not a brand, but there's something there.
Yes, but it looks like a brand, but don't feel like one.
Rolls well, really well, and she acknowledges
Well,
and she's looking at that, but she's looking at the body and the face.
Yeah.
She goes, him.
Do you?
He was a hired hand, professional.
Where? Who?
Did some work for work out of Mahakam recently. Political uprising. It's good, from all accounts.
Well, that
He
makes
also
sense.
stiffed the bill at the bells.
Did he? Well, then I don't feel so bad he's dead. I didn't feel bad anyway, but when was he there last?
Month?
Hmm.
I threw him out.
Has he been here this whole time, do you think?
In the city, perhaps.
Hmm.
I didn't hear anything about him leaving.
So here's the thing. That brand is a bit weird.
But it tickles my mind. I have some memory of the description. But I cannot. Perhaps you will.
Yeah. So look, there was a bit of a thing a while ago with brands, tattoos, where I would see a tattoo look like one thing, somebody else would see the same tattoo and look like something else. Some sort of a glamour going around. And I just wanted to see if this brand were targeted or just a general sort of strange brand.
We'll go with General Strange.
Yeah. So thank you. You've helped me confirm that it's a more general strange situation rather than something more specific. Yeah. There's something smells. So I want you to just make sure everybody stays safe. Yeah?
You do the same. Don't panic. Remember, bad choices happen when you panic.
I won't panic, but gotta keep your eyes open, yeah?
But stare too long into the sun, you'll get blinded to everything else.
Oh yeah, no, it's terrible. It's bad for your eyes.
And she'll lean over and do the French kiss.
Yep.
Yep. And then saunter away. And we're just gonna pan the camera back to Cadarn. Cadarn?
Wait. Can I say one thing
Yes.
to myself before we pan back? He goes, yeah, I wish I knew what Kidan was. Because I'd have him look at this thing and he'd be able to. I mean, he's a mage. He'd know something. Where is he? Okay.
So Cadarn, where are you? Thank you for that transition, Yonto.
You're welcome.
I mean, I'm still at the house.
You are at the
as
house.
far as I know.
This is probably about just at the end of your conversation with Anne. You know, she's...
I want to see it.
And you're the one who says I shouldn't stare because it doesn't...
Yes, but also, time for joking is, well, let's say past for now. Now this is serious, Kadarn. So will you show me your chest, yes or no?
And she will unbutton the vest and slide the shoulder off of the blouse that she's wearing. You can see a large bandage, and where you poked her in the shoulder is actually starting to bleed through. And you can see that it goes across her chest in a downward slash. Almost as if she got slashed with a saber from a mounted individual.
I hope it wasn't her ex-husband because that would be inappropriate.
Bet you was.
No comment.
Gonna decimate him.
You can't decimate an individual.
Sure you can.
What if you
No,
just
but
kind of
we
like,
can take
just
nine
take-
other Wild
you
Hunt
just-
people and decimate them with them.
but-
I was
but
gonna say,
what
you
if-
just take 10% of him away. Maybe his favorite 10%.
I'd be fine with that.
Kadarn is not a doctor.
No.
But does it look infected?
You can roll first aid.
Nine.
No. There's no signs of fever. It's not hot to the touch.
But there's no like putrefaction
No.
on it or whatever. Okay, good.
No, I mean, there's no, like, true
Fever and stuff would come first.
Yeah. You know, true obvious signs of infection you would have known about. I mean, you have a sword, you've learned to carry a sword, you've learned to use a sword. You know what gangrene looks and smells like. None of that's going on here.
Okay.
But it's bad. And it definitely looks like it isn't healed. And it's not, it almost looks like you probably started it rebleeding when you poked her in the poked her. But it's not the first time that this wound has been reopened.
Okay.
Are you done? As she kind of like pulls her shirt back over.
Have you tried any magic to cure this?
I'm not going to try and do that level of magic when they harm me in the process of trying to heal me. A little telepathy, a few small words on how many.
Do you have more mandrake roots? There is a market in Bruges. I will be right back.
You are going around in Bruges.
Yes, I am. Because it was 10 years ago. Do you know how long 10 years is for a human? Like a regular human.
Mm-hmm.
Like a fifth of their lives. They'll have forgotten me by then. They should have forgotten me by now, is what I meant. Simon's getting tired.
All right. Down. I don't think that's safe. You know a doctor, perhaps. They have other options.
Yeah, I can't teleport you with me. But why can't? The thing I can do, however, is glamour myself. So I will do just that. And I will be right back. All I need is magic root. How hard it is to get? How hard is it to get?
And with that, we'll find out next week.
I'm going to die at the market.
Just teleport back. Brenna's got tons of mandrake.
I actually need some Sealam so I can. I need to go picking flowers for Doom.
Yeah,
Go to
but
the
because
market.
because of
That's at
Wild
Allspice.
Hunt shenanigans, he's actually not going to teleport back before leaving the city.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Because no way in hell am I going to teleport like within the vicinity of Eleanor.
Yeah. That's a good idea.
So, how we doing? How we feeling?
That's cool.
Yeah. I'm worried.
Oh, why?
No.
Brenna wants to annihilate and or decimate the Wild Hunt.
Mm-hmm.
Looking more like decimation now.
But she doesn't yet know that Eleanor is alive, so she still wants to annihilate them.
Well, no. It's annihilation until she finds out she's alive,
Right.
and then it'll be decimation.
But
Yeah.
that's still worrisome.
I'm glad that you think that's the worrisome part.
Well, he doesn't know about the other part, the vampire part, the
Yeah.
vampire date. He doesn't know about the vampire date yet.
Well, it's
Yeah.
not like it's a date.
You'll
Yet.
find out.
We'll find out. Yeah, and
She
I'm a
said
little.
she wasn't going anywhere today. She said nothing about tonight.
Yeah, he. All of this is like, what is this? What is this? What is
Also,
this?
you
I'm not
aren't
going
going
anywhere.
anywhere tonight because he said he'd come see you.
He said he'd come here, and we might go somewhere after that. But that's why she didn't make any promises to not go anywhere tonight at all whatsoever.
What is that? What is that?
Lots of things.
She can't lie. She cannot say.
Yeah,
she
he
can't
knows-
lie, so she does. She just doesn't say stuff.
Yeah, Yanto knows. Yanto knows exactly how she does.
Well, why
'Cause
else? Why would,
she
why
told
would
him.
Yanto think she's getting all dressed up?
That's suspicious. She doesn't do that.
Yeah.
She's like,
Yeah, why would
Brenna.
he think she did that though?
He wants her
would
to
she do
tell
that?
him so he can know.
But what if he just
Ooh, I
made a
can see your
guess?
smiling, charming faces now.
Aw. Yeah, he just wants her to tell him. Like, what's up?
But if he had a guess, like what would he guess?
He certainly wouldn't guess that she has a date with a vampire because
It's not like it's a date. We're just
Mm.
she just has something to ask him.
Uh-huh.
Well, we're going to go around, let everybody say good things, share some love, share a question that you had answered, that you as a player had answered during this. Maybe not the character, but you as a player had answered that had been left over from season 2. And what question you still have that you hope will answer. Okay? So why don't we go in reverse order this time, and we'll let Lindy go first.
Because Lindy.
'Cause you're
I
special.
don't think I had any questions answered. Actually, this session. So there is that.
Okay.
Still have so many questions. I don't think any of them were answered tonight, though. Both for Brenna and for myself.
Maybe
I took-
but you had a Witcher. You have a possible Witcher. You have a possible Witcher incursion.
Yeah. That's not an answer, though. It's
A
another.
theory?
possibility suspect, and it may not even be a witcher. It could be a monster. It could be other things. You know, who knows? So that's another question that's raised more than any answers given, because we knew there was a third person. It's just more information on the third person. No answers. Gosh, questions, so many still. What's gonna happen next week? Yeah, and will Yanto suss out Brenna's odd behavior? He's gonna figure it out immediately as soon as Detlef gets there, probably. But you know, it's whether he finds out before then is the question.
Just gonna ask you to tell him. He's gonna withhold information about whether or not you look good or not until you tell him.
She doesn't care about that anymore because that maid told her she looked nice.
Yeah, but can you really trust a maid? You know this is what he does.
Yeah. Yeah, but she does trust the maid, actually, because that's how expert she is on physical appearance. She's like, oh, well, the maid of fancy people says I look good.
I mean, plus the maid's job is to make you look good.
It's to make you look good.
Well,
like,
it's to
there are
make
maids that
me
attend to
look
her-
good. She doesn't know you. She doesn't work for you.
But she said I looked perfect. Not just like acceptable, like gorgeous and perfect. So she believes the maid. Because why wouldn't she?
Because she wants to.
Partially that.
Yeah.
Now she doesn't need to talk to Yanto. Yeah, and I guess how my question for next week, aside from everything concerning nighttime activities, because it's almost night, is how is Yanto's dad doing? Because that's who she's been sent to check up on next.
We'll find out.
Like, oh, good, you're not dead yet. Hopefully, still. You need anything? Okay, bye. She's not.
But you two need to bond. Do you know what I mean?
She's not interested in that right now. Also, she's a little miffed at Yanto. So.
Because he won't tell you?
Partially that, and also he's like asking like all these questions, like yeah, like he's being really nosy and not like a friendly way.
Yep.
Like Eleanor could ask these questions and get the answers. Arzo could ask these questions and get the
Yeah.
answers. Yanto's not
Look,
asking
it's
the questions to get the
between your
answers.
sibling asking you invasive
Yes.
personal questions and your
And a friend.
friend.
Basically, yes.
See, the
She's
thing is,
like-
this should theoretically not be an invasive personal question if there's nothing going on, right?
That's the
No.
thing. Is that there is something going on, but
Oh,
she can't
see-
tell you
Like,
because she already knows what you're gonna say, and she doesn't want to
Right.
hear about how
Don't know,
awful you
you
think her
don't.
husband is,
Well, I
and
mean,
blah
that's
blah
true.
blah.
Your husband is pretty
Anyways,
awful.
that's me. I'm Lindy. I played Brenna. That was super fun. I missed these characters and how snarky we were. We were pretty snarky tonight, and I appreciated it. And you can find me online at Laugh Love Lindy. We may or may not be doing something tomorrow night on my channel. We haven't decided yet, but we will by 9 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. And on Tuesday, we'll get back to some Mr. Ravenloft epilogues where we were in Vampire Las Vegas, and there's about to be a burlesque show. And some casino shenanigans. It's going to be very dramatic. I am here. I'm very excited. Might crush one of my players' souls just a little bit more than I already have. So there's that. And then I think that's most of my streams until Friday again on Trooper's channel, where I get to play in City of Light and Shadow. And yeah, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be awesome. Thank you for having me.
Always.
Oh, and love. I forgot love. How far I forget love. Every time our Yanto and Brenna talked, that was hilarious. Also how he's just like chatting with this brothel lady, and you know, like that's how Brenna wants to talk with him, less so like how he actually talks with her, and I find it just very interesting. And then Kadarn being concerned about Eleanor, and also the waiting for the door to shut and be like, oh, Eleanor, like 3 times.
That was so good.
I loved that.
That was really good.
I still have
that's
yet
my
to
love.
get my milk, but
Yeah, maybe it gets with the market with
Yeah.
with your mandrake root. That's my love. There you go. Thank you.
Always. And then next up in the reverse order would be Simon. Hey Simon, how you doing? Share a question that your character got answered, and a question you or you as a player got answered, and then a question that you still have and love.
well, a question that I did not have but ended up having and having been answered is what was Eleanor's relationship to the Wild Hunt? And now it's not just navigator, it's ex-wife. of the general of the Wild Hunt.
Awkward.
Is it Eridan
Mhm.
at that time?
Yeah, it's Eridan.
Oh, cool,
It's always
cool. Okay.
And his the title he's given by the unicorns is Sparrowhawk.
No, it just means that technically. Shit, no, they can't be. It doesn't work if they're divorced. Okay, I need to match her back with Eridan so I can have a shot at the throne of the NL.
I mean, she never said officially that they were divorced. She just said that the marriage was over. And
Separated.
then you know, I mean, there's a lot of reasons why she maybe ran away.
But that said, that was my question. As far as sharing love, I mean, I thoroughly enjoyed listening to everything that's been happening in the house while I'm away, because that was a blast. And I see some similarities between the two, like, family relationships happening. It's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was that. As for me, you can find me on, oh god, where am
Wandering
I?
Soak.
Yeah, no, I know it's on Wandering Society. I'm just
Wondering
trying to
fuck.
Wandering Soak.
yeah, Wandering SOC on Twitch. It's going to be next. No, because I'm gone on vacation, so there you will not see me this week.
Oh,
I'm gone.
wow. You're just leaving us?
And I'm out.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm just fucking leaving. But I will be back. So as usual, Wandering Society, we're always off on the first week of every month so that everyone has a week off for mental health and other real life related things. So most of our all of our shows tomorrow on Revelation 3, which is a Hope Bunk campaign, which is just ended up being essentially be gay, do crimes in space. This is going to come back on Tuesday, March 22nd, and then back on the 5th of April. Unfortunately, there will no longer be Sentinels of the Multiverse on Thursdays. Instead, we're going to switch it to something different, which will most likely begin second week of April. So when we're back, we're going to have a new show. We're basically going to have like a rotating bunch of games, different games that we're going to play, like short campaigns of, basically like 2-month long mini campaigns to go through, the enormous library of RPGs that I have yet to try. And also because Sentinels required so much prep work that it was impossible for me to keep up with this and my work and everything else. I'll be back here. Yeah. And Saturdays for Scion at 1 p.m. Eastern. There's a lot of other things I would like to talk about, but I can't. So that's it for me for now.
Well, always love and check out those wonderful shows that are going to be happening. And then last but never least, hey Trooper, how are you? What are your questions and answers and your love?
Oh, okay. I want to do love last because it's like the best thing. I want to love last, love Lindy, Simon, Prax. That's okay. Yeah. So I'm Trooper SJP. Woo. You can find me. What is today? Today's Sunday. You can find me on Fridays at City of Light and Shadow. On Saturdays at 4 p.m. over at Table Story for Title Blades, and here on Sundays for The Witcher Roads Home. Woo! Those are all things I recommend. Next Saturday at early PM, noon or 1, something like that. I was given times in Pacific, so I cannot tell you. Oh, actually, I can't tell you at all because it hasn't been announced yet, but I'm doing a thing in that time slot where I normally do my streaming before Title Blades, and I cannot announce what it is yet, but I will be able to do soon, and then you'll know, and I'll tell you, but you should look out for it. So Then love. Wait, I'm doing
your
love last.
questions.
Questions
the
first.
question you got answered and the question that you still have.
Question I got answered. It's tricky because I got a lot of questions answered. I learned I learned how, like, where that security breach was, which was a big question. I learned that was a question that I had. I also learned the answers to some questions I didn't know I had, which was exciting. I learned that Eleanor was married, or perhaps still is married, to the head of the Wild Hunt, which is a question I did not have before, but have it now. Interesting, love it. I also learned, let me see what else. Oh gosh, we had so many questions that were lingering, and I have many more. Well, I
One of your questions, why does Brenna look like such a snack?
no, because I didn't know she was gonna look all snackish. And also, she's not a snack, she's the whole meal. That's why she has to divorce her husband. Anyway, so that's like we gotta talk about this, how terrible your husband is. And yeah, I also did get an answer to a question that I had, sort of, Lindy. And that question I had from last season was, is Brenna going to make some unwise choices with regard to Detlef? And the answer is clearly already yes. So
the answer is probably. The answer is no. The answer is not if she was. It was how many bad choices and decisions.
I feel like I should point out that it's entirely possible that any choices you make with Detlef are entirely wise and sane.
Yes, some choices. We'll see. You know, we just have to find out. I was hoping to find out tonight, but I have to wait till next week now.
Yes. Questions I have for the next week. They are, will I get to the dry cleaners before next week? I hope so. That's one. Two, will we get Kadarin back so that Kadarin can tell us the stuff, so that Brenna might have like a 10% chance of less of a chance of dying when she goes on her rampage against Wild Hunt? I hope so. Also, I hope also he does,
because then Brenna can go like, "Hey, Kadarin, do I look nice?"
And Kadarin won't lie to you.
Hey, Yanto didn't lie.
Do I look like a snack, Kadarin? Like,
You know the answer is going to be blunt and perhaps not entirely appropriate.
But that's what she wants. That's how Brenna communicates.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Yes. So, and I want to know, gosh, I have so many questions. I have questions like, what's going on over at the Dishon estate?
Yeah,
And
if Yanto hadn't been all like, no one leaves this house today, Brenna's like, maybe I'll pop by the Deshalon estate.
no,
So, you know, the lady here owed me a favor and I thought I'd pop by.
no,
I'm a lady now too.
No, this is why he doesn't want you doing that, because you have to have
Because if the
backup.
lady answered the door, it was probably not the Brooksa.
Backup. I also answered another question. That I had. It was just about Yanto. I had a question about Yanto. And I was like, oh yeah, no. That's what the thing is. Yeah, I get it. Oh yeah, that's what the thing is right now. Yeah. So I answered a question about Yanto that I had, and I've answered it.
Interesting.
Okay.
What was that question?
The question was about because Yanto's been very destabilized and stressed out for quite some time recently.
Yep.
And there are many reasons for it. And I just got another answer, and I was just reminded of it again when Brenda was like, oh yeah, I was just gonna walk over to the like Brooksa estate by myself with no backup. Yeah. So I just remembered another one of the things that's distressing him right now. And
now, granted, Brenda didn't say that. I said that.
I know, but like, it's a part of the point. People just
You wanted to go to the market, pick up some allspice,
and probably also go to the Deshalon estate and maybe get kidnapped or killed. Oh, it's so hard being an older brother. And to a witcher, I think really it's just a cat witcher, but
yeah,
you know how it is. So there are questions about the birds that do not belong. Like, what are those birds doing? Who are they? What are their means of communication? Is magic involved? Is magic not
Why are
involved?
they working for the Deshalons?
Right. And what's the connection between the Deshalons and Mahakam? If there is any, maybe there's no connection. But what's going on there? What's going on there? I am not going to ask questions about the flame at this moment because that seems like a trap. So I'm not going to ask questions about that. Nope. And then my love goes to Prax to bring back Siobhan, whom I love. I just love Siobhan very much. And there is a reason, Lindy, why Yanto and Siobhan can have a relaxed conversation that he's not able to have with his sister. Anyway, so
why is that?
Oh, we could talk about it, maybe. And maybe not. I don't know. So love for Siobhan being back. Love that. Kadarin. Kadarin is like the biggest, what's the word we'd say in the 80s? Butthead. In the best way. He's just like the biggest. He's so endearingly annoying and like he just pokes at people in the best way possible. And I want to give all the love for that poking. Speaking of poking, Lindy, whose character pokes with a sword people all the time.
That's where we're going. Okay.
Of course. What were you thinking? I want to give love to Lindy for her interrogation of these poor servants who, like, what did they do?
Short, sweet, to the point. She didn't traumatize them for more than like 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's fine. Also, I want to give Lindy love for her hair, and clearly that's a problem. We'll find out. You'll tell me.
Oh, it's fine. It
No,
looks
it's
it looks
not
nice.
fine.
That's what she's told.
That's not the point. The point is, why are you doing it? What's going on here?
In case guests come over.
No.
Fianto was thinking he'd realize there's one guaranteed guest later to come over tonight.
Nobody told him this.
No, you were saying that.
That left said it at the dining room table. I'll be back tomorrow night. That's why Brenna said we can't leave.
Yeah.
He did. He 100% did.
He said it.
So Detlef's coming back
But
tonight.
was Yanto in the room when Detlef said it?
Yes.
We were all having tea at the dining room table.
Okay.
So no, he knows there's one guaranteed guest to come over tonight. So he definitely knows that, yeah. In case guests come over, I want to look nice.
Of course you do.
Suspicious.
There's only one guest that we know of that's coming over. And now there was 2, so now it's like, oh, see, guests are coming over all the time.
Prax?
Yes.
What about you?
Me? Oh,
yeah.
Hi, all. You know me. I'm at Turtledon on Twitter or Praxagorthesmia4. You see me around on Twitch. Hi, welcome to the channel. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you again to my fabulous players for coming back for Season 3. I love this. I love this game. I love this whole story. I love this wonderfully complicated everything that we do here. We want to check out Witcher. Check it out on our friends over at #RTalstorian, hashtag not sponsored. If you want to check out the previous episodes, everything goes up on YouTube. It'll be there.
Not S-Talsorian or T-Talsorian.
Our
R-Talsorian.
Not your Talsorian or my Talsorian.
Yes, it's
our
our
Talsorian.
Yes.
We should tell Jay that one. That would be a good one. Jay would break that
right?
one.
You're welcome.
But anyways, we will be back on Sunday for some more Witcher, and I will probably be back on Tuesday. We'll be back on Tuesday for some video game streams as history and chatting. We finished Raji with a final death count of a single playthrough death count. I should be specific. How many times I died playing this game, because I don't do platformers well. It was also a roguelite platformer.
Oh.
And I died 162 times.
See, I thought when I saw that number, I thought that was the number of people that you had killed.
No.
That you would were slaughtering armies.
That's the number of times I died. No.
Okay.
It's gorgeous. It was absolutely beautiful. I firmly recommend it. And I also firmly recommend if you follow KP from City and Light and Shadow. He did a stream of it where he broke down the Indian mythology and the history and a lot of the Easter eggs that are in there. So go watch that. It's up on his YouTube. It was really great.
Did he die 162 times?
No. I mean, look, I'm playing a roguelite platformer. on a keyboard, and I don't do these
Ooh.
well.
Well, yeah, well, but I just thought it'd be hilarious if he died like 173 times. You know
I
what I
have
mean?
no idea. Go watch it. Go watch
I'm
it.
just gonna watch it.
And then, but we'll be back. We're gonna play some Detective D, which is about it's a pixel game based on mystery, based on the character Detective D, who is a Chinese, very very famous Chinese, based in a real person, police officer who lived during the Tang Dynasty and under Empress Wu Zetian. So it's a great game. We'll be back on Tuesday for that. We'll be back here on Sunday, but you should also pay attention to my Twitter because there might be something really explosive coming in the next week or two. Perhaps even more interesting family dynamics might be a way to phrase it. But we should send some love and share some love, so we should go send a raid. Who can we send a raid to? You know?
At midnight.
Well,
Johnny Blams.
there's Johnny. We always go raid Johnny on Sundays. That's what we do. We raid Johnny on Sundays. That's what we're doing. But we'll catch you later, everybody.
Ray.